Hello, I'm looking over the list of speakers and are the two of you just attending? Oh, I see Shafi as the third paper.
Hi, good morning. This is Shafi. Yes, my paper ID is 89 and it would be third. I'll be ready whenever you say so.
Okay, sounds good. Thank you.
We check out. Professor of the department.
Hello, how are you?
Behind all the scenes, so.
This is Jihan.
And so we have a few people present.
I use the link that is in program
Okay,
because we didn't change for this room.
okay. Send.
Oh, good morning, everyone. I believe we have hit our scheduled starting time, and we have many of our speakers present. So just a minute, I'll ask the first paper to present. The idea is that every speaker, we have about 12 minutes per speaker. And what I'm going to do is at the 10-minute mark, I will do something to hold up 2 fingers so that anyone who happens to see the screen can see me. And then at the 11-minute mark, I'll go down to 1. And hopefully that will give you an indication to wrap things up so that we can stay on time. Any questions at this point? Yeah, it feels like teaching online. Okay. So our first paper is paper 71, a digital forensic methodology for encryption key recovery from black box IoT devices. And looks like we have Mohammed here to present that.
Yes, that's me. Hello, everyone. So, should I share the slide? Yeah.
Sounds great, and I can hear you just fine.
Yeah. Let me check. So, can you see the screens? My presentation.
Yes.
Okay. So I'll start my presentation. Good morning, everyone. Today, I would like to present a novel digital forensic methodology that represents significant advancement in the field of digital forensic. So this methodology leverages electromagnetic structure analysis, or we call that EMSCA, to non-invasively recover encryption key from Internet of Things, or IoT device. So this paper made by me, Muhammad Ushaidi, Asanka Saikara, and Mark Scullen from University College Dublin, Forensic and Security Research Group. So we will go into the main slide. So as the increase of IoT device continues, so that's the challenge of conducting forensic investigation on this device. So traditional method often require a physical interaction with the device, which can compromise the integrity of data. So Our methodology address this challenge by using EMCA to capture electromagnetic emissions that are unintentionally emitted by the device during their normal operation. So by analyzing this emission, we can extract the valuable cryptographic key without ever physically touch the device. One of the key challenges in digital forensic today is dealing with encrypted device. So encryption provide a robust layer of security for the data, but it also create a significant barrier of digital forensic investigator. So our methodology enhance the forensic process by reducing the need for direct physical access and by broadening the scope of device that can be analyzed. So this is particularly important in case where the device is built on software does not allow the easy access. So another challenge is the investigative roadblock caused by the increasing volume and complexity of device. Each new device might use a different architecture or encryption method. So it's making standardization of forensic method difficult. So our approach mitigate this roadblock by providing a flexible and adaptable method that can be applied across a variety of device architecture. So this adaptability is crucial as it allows forensic investigator to keep pace with the rapid evolution of technology. So finally, our methodology is designed to preserve this integrity of the forensic evidence by avoiding physical interaction with the device. So we minimize the risk of data corruption or tampering, maintaining the legal admissibility of the evidence. So this is especially important in a legal context where the integrity of evidence can be pivotal to the outcome of a case. We'll go to the next slide. So moving forward, let's delve into specific of our methodology. So our approach is the use of EMCA. So the adaptation technique allow us to capture electromagnetic emission from IoT device as they perform the encryption operation. So unlike the traditional method that might require dismantling the device or directly interfacing the externally. So this is crucial for maintaining the device operation integrity and ensuring that the forensic process does not alter the evidence. So the principle behind the MCA is that during encryption process, device emit a small detectable electromagnetic signals. So this signal through a slide contain information about the cryptographic keys used during encryption. So by capturing and analyzing these emissions, we can reverse engineer the key used by the device to encrypt the data. So this method is particularly effective for the device where direct access to cryptographic key is restricted or encrypted data is inaccessible by design. So our process is not only innovative, but also automated. So we employ advanced signal processing algorithm to enhance the quality of the electromagnetic signals captured. So this step is critical as it improves the clarity of the data from which we need to extract useful forensic information. So following a signal enhancement, we apply the machine learning algorithm designed to recognize the pattern in the data that correlate with the encryption keys. So this automation significantly accelerate the forensic analysis, allowing us to handle large volume of device or data set with increased efficiently. Moreover, our methodology is a systematic and structured. So we start with the initial setup to the capture the EM emission, followed by a phase of signal processing where we filter out noise and enhance relevant signal. So the next step involves the application of machine learning technique that have been trained to identify the cryptographic keys from the processed signal. So this structured approach is particularly designed for blackboard IoT device. That's where we have little to no prior knowledge about the device internal mechanism or encryption techniques. So by standardizing this process, we can apply our method to a wide range of a device architecture and encryption standard, making it a versatile tool in the arsenal of a digital forensic investigation. So we are on the next slide. So let me now guide the you through the visual representation of our methodology, which explain the workflow of our EMC approach. So as you can see in these diagrams, we have segmented the process into two distinct phases of streamline the forensic analysis, which is, as you can see, the phase one focus on signal acquisition and pre-processes in processing. So it starts with the capture of the electromagnetic emissions, and by using this specialized antenna and capture device, which are sensitive enough to detect the faint electromagnetic signal emitted by IoT device during encryption operation. So once the emission are captured, they are pre-processed to filter out the noise and enhance the quality of data. So this pre-process is essential as it set the stage for the accurate pattern recognition and ultimately determine the success of key recovery. So transition to phase two, here we enter the heart of our automated encryption key recovery workflow. So here the pre-processed signal are analyzed to signal filtering, as you can see here, signal filtering, and which we find the data further eliminating any remaining irrelevant information and focusing on potential cryptographic patterns. So following this following the pattern recognition, algorithms are employed. So these have been carefully developed and trained to identify the unique signature and associate with the cryptographic process, such as key generation, usage, and exchange. So once a potential key is identified, it undergoes the extraction and the verification. Key extraction is a delicate process where our algorithm attempt to reconstruct the actual encryption key that used by the device from the identified patterns. So verification here is crucial as it ensures that the key extract is indeed the correct one by testing it against the known encrypted data. So successful verification implies that we have accurately recovered the encryption key without ever physically interacting with the IoT device. Finally, reporting conclude our methodology. So this step involves documenting the process, finding, and conclusion in a manner that comprehensible forensic analysis. So it's supporting the legal proceeding and advanced scientific research in digital forensic. So let's shift to our focus to the theoretical base of the broader implication of our methodology. So I thought our work demonstrate in the conceptual phase, it shows the immense promise for the field of digital forensic. So firstly, let's talk about the theoretical accuracy potential of our method. So based on our principle of EMCA, we can capture and analyze the electromagnetic emission. They are inherently linked to the encryption process within IoT device. So theoretically, the accuracy of key extraction with our methodology is predicted on the quality of EM emission capture and the sophistication of our pattern recognition algorithm. So despite unknown encryption details, our approach aims to decipher the underlying encryption key based solely on the information gathered from this emission. Next, we consider the impact of the key space reduction. So in cryptographic term, the key space is the set of all possible keys that could unlock encrypted data. So for most modern encryption standard, this space is vast, making brute force attack infeasible. So our methodology seeks to intelligently reduce the key space by ruling out impossible or unlikely key based on the EM patterns analyzed. So this has profound implication of the feasibility of decryption, transmission it from the near impossible task to one that could be achievable with significantly fewer computing resources. So lastly, we explore the conceptual application across device. The device IoT environment present the multitude of my device architecture. So each with its own set of security protocol and encryption standard. Theoretically, our methodology principle can be applied universally as electromagnetic emission are common across electronic device. So this suggests both applicability, enabling forensic investigators to apply a single unified approach to a range of devices, simplifying the investigative process and allowing for more standardized procedure. So we are going to the conclusion today. So obviously we come to the close of the presentation. Let's take a moment to reflect on the presentation we have been through today. So we have discussed digital forensic methodology that truly at the cutting edge using the power of automatic site channel analysis to recover the encryption key in a way that is completely non-invasive. So this is just not academic exercise, it has a real world application. So we tackle some of the problem in digital forensic head-on. By reducing the need to create vast key of the space, we are opening the door to making the decryption, making the door by decryption by the possibility of part of the forensic process. So this could transform the landscape of digital investigation, making it more efficient to discover the truth behind the digital logs. So what's next? So we will dive more into our research, fine-tuning our method and testing them against the collection of devices that make up a digital world. So our work will very well be the key that unlock a new era in digital forensic. So in closing, I would like to thanks for your attention today to hear my presentation. Thank you. So this is my contact number. If you have some question or need some validation, you can just email me to that address. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We probably have time for a quick question if anyone has one. Okay. Thank you, Mohammed.
Yeah.
So our next paper is paper number 77, Multimedia Forensics, Preserving Video Integrity with Blockchain. And I believe Mary is here to give that presentation. Are you there, Mary? I know I saw you briefly on camera earlier. Well, perhaps Mary is having technical problems. We'll be back in a second. How about we move to paper 89, Cybersecurity Data Visualization, Designing a Course for Future High School Students. And Shafi is here to present this.
Thank you so much. This is Shafi Parvez. I'll be presenting the paper going by the ID 89. And good morning, everyone. So just let me share my screen. And right, I believe my screen is visible. Okay. So hello, everyone. I'll be presenting my research on cybersecurity data visualization, designing a course for future high school students. So I work as a research assistant in University of North Texas under Professor Dr. Jahangir Hussain, and he's one of the authors of the paper, as well as my fellow student assistant. He's Yasin Khadri. He's another author for the paper. So without further ado, let's just move ahead. So today I'll be covering introduction, what is the purpose of study, the scope and focus of this research, and little brief introduction about Tableau, the interface of Tableau, and then how data processing and visualization is done, and what is the proposed course that can be uh, included for the high school students, and what is the progress that we have observed when we have taken this course to that particular group of students, few challenges, and then we'll look at the conclusion and the future aspect of this research. So What is data visualization? It is nothing but the graphical representation of information and data. So here we will be using, excuse me, here we will be using visuals like charts, graphs, maps, etc. to, communicate a lot of complex numerical data in a very clear and an understandable manner. So effective visualization involves, proper use of color and visuals, which is more attractive, and the key concepts are being grasped from the visual. So what is the purpose of this study? So technology these days is growing at a vast rate. So the young minds of the society should be aware of what is going on in the world and what kind of technologies are running right now, so that they are updated, and that gives a strong base for them to pursue their higher education. So that is one most important reason for this study. And second thing is the material materials are not available readily on the internet. So we have come up with these courses where we train the young minds and make them understand what data visualization is pertaining to cybersecurity and the importance of it as well. So this paper also focuses on integration of Tableau and other data visualization tools to high school students. Not only data visualization, but for in the future studies, we are also aiming for cybersecurity and then machine learning as well. So the scope, let's come to the scope and focus. So this paper uh, completely helps the students to engage with data visualization, gain practical experience on data visualization tools, and also analyze the patterns in the data. So looking at the data, they will be easily able to, plot visuals and get the results in just matter of seconds. So let's look at this visualization tool, goes by the name Tableau. So what is Tableau? It is nothing but a data visualization tool, and you don't need to have prior coding experience to use this tool, because it is just drag and drop, which will, help you create these dynamic visualizations like charts, maps, okay, graphs. You even can create dashboards and stories, interactions. You can use interactions like you click one point in one sheet of the uh, visualization, that corresponding value will be reflected into another sheet. Don't you think it's amazing? Yes, it is. So, as I've said earlier, no coding experience is required. So this is very helpful for the high school students to follow, and one of the basic tools to pursue their higher education. Probably one of the most important tools, I can say. Most of us, we think that Tableau is just a visualization tool, but there are a lot of applications of it. So you can actually join the data sets using simple joins and outer joins. You can split the data. You can clean the data. Data cleansing is also possible. So Tableau is a combination of, to some extent, it is a combination of MySQL, Excel, and a visualization tool. So all in one. That again makes it an important tool for the high school student. So let us look at the interface of Tableau. So as you can see here, I have a screenshot here and uh, alphabet's name there. So alphabet A is the data pane. So what is data pane? It shows what kind of data set you're using to plot the visuals or to process or to analyze. And when it comes to B is the number of sheets that are present in your particular Tableau work. I'm sorry, I forgot to mention this point. Whenever you start working with Tableau, you work on workbooks. So workbooks have sheets, dashboards, stories, etc. So sheets information it gives information about the number of sheets that are present in that particular workbook. P is the canvas where you can just drag and drop your multiple data sets, create joins, or you know, it is just a canvas that shows that what kind of data you're working on. D, it shows the total rows and columns in that particular data set. E, number of rows that is being displayed, and F, it shows the data type of that particular uh, data set. I mean the attributes, data type of the attributes that is being used in the data set. And V, there's a metadata grid that presents additional information like, structure and properties of variables. So now, when we are processing the data and we are creating visualizations, this is how the screenshot looks like. So there are again different columns there. So A, it shows that it is a data store that what kind of which data set you're using. Dimensions are categorical variables, whereas measures are, variables that can be uh, actually measured based on numerical basis, example numbers or something like that. And mark section that will help you, add labels, change the colors of the visual that is labeled as D. And E is used for sorting, whether, you want to sort your visual based on ascending or descending order. So F is the columns and rows section where you just drag and drop your dimensions and measures to form the effective visualization. D is the canvas where your visualization is developed. H is one of the most important column that goes by the name show me. So it shows like how many dimensions or measures you require to plot particular visual. So that is quite important. I is a legend. So it just gives the information about colors, shapes of the visual, what are there in the visual. J represents the title of the visual. A is an automated caption for the title of the visual that is given by the Tableau itself. You give a brief description on the title, it gives you the caption of it. L, it shows the number of sheets. I mean the sheets that you're creating in your particular, work. So let's move on to the proposed course, like how we have proposed this course. So first is instruction based. So we have designed this course like as if it is a problem based learning module which has a few exercises where students plot visuals and work on the quizzes or they are given assignments to work on. And when it comes to teaching, so we will be teaching what is data visualization, what are the pipelines used in visualization to get the proper visualization, etc. And when it comes to people here are nobody but the audience. So we will be getting the response from them. What kind of uh, knowledge or things that they are expecting from this course. So we have observed this we have observed the progress of the students where they have shown extraordinary response that they have followed this course, and that is quite easy, and that helps us to refine this course in the best way possible. Let's look at the challenges. So First thing is the Tableau tool. The subscription is only for 12 months if you have a student ID. But if you don't have a student ID, then you'll have to pay a subscription fee for that every year. And downloading the tool is quite tedious because you have to copy the activation. And last but not the least, with that being said, I would say that in this rapid growth and technological advancements, one of the important tool, Tableau, is beneficial for the high school students to understand what kind of developments are being done in the ongoing technology. Thank you so much. And if you have any questions, you can reach out to me over email. This is my personal email, and I would be really happy to respond to them. Thank you.
Thanks, Chafi. Is there a quick question? Okay, Mary, are you with us now?
Yes, I am. Thank you.
So Mary will be presenting Multimedia Forensics, Preserving Video Integrity with Blockchain. That is paper
Okay.
77.
Okay, give me 1 second. I'm just going to get my screen share going here. Okay, how does that look? Good. Okay, great. So thank you everyone for being here, and apologies for earlier. Yeah, technical difficulty. My name is Mary Hadidayo. I'm presenting this paper on behalf of my student, Sayo Kumer, who is unable to give the presentation today. I'll be talking about multimedia forensics, preserving video integrity with blockchains. And there we go. What I'm planning on going through is the outline that I have here, a little bit about the introduction, some background, some of the main contribution, and then a little bit of the experiment and result, and also talking about the conclusion and some future work that we plan to look at in terms of this. So quickly talking about multimedia forensics, that involves examining images. So multimedia in general means we are talking about images and video and audio data, and forensics is really just the examination of those things. What we are really particular about is in terms of identifying manipulations or alteration to multimedia data. Video specifically, which is what this presentation is about, abounds on many media platforms, and videos are easily manipulated. There are several tools that are available for that. So it's really very easy to say, I've downloaded this video, or someone has a video and it has been manipulated. For example, there are many examples of video forgery and manipulation and creation of deepfakes and things like that. And the biggest problem with this is that first, it allows the proliferation of false information, either about events or about people, and that is something that does need to be addressed. There are some existing techniques for addressing some of those things. Our goal in our work was to provide a more robust technique for detecting and preventing video alteration specifically. And the way that we set out to achieve this was to see how we could use video hashing together with blockchain. So what I will be talking about in a little bit of a background is talking about those two technologies a little bit before I get into talking about the actual contribution. So going back to the idea of multimedia forensics again, there's been a lot of different techniques that's been used in literature, in practice. Some involve pattern recognition, some involve things like signal processing. Video forensics specifically, like I said, a goal is to detect things like video editing, some alteration, particularly in a legal context. There are also techniques specific to video forensics, which are things like frame-by-frame analysis, analyzing the compression artifact, or using digital watermarking. The biggest problem or the challenge with some of this is that it is time-consuming. A lot of times you're either dealing with it's either used to just check whether two videos are the same or one is authentic or not, or it's used to just talk about preservation alone and not necessarily together. And that was something that we were hoping to be able to achieve. So it's some of these techniques are time consuming. They do have, or some of them have the potential of accidentally removing or confusing data, and we wanted to be able to address that. So we started to think about how we could use blockchain for this. So talking a little bit about blockchains. Blockchains is a decentralized, immutable, distributed network. One of the biggest advantages of it is that it provides transparency and auditability, which is something that is an important feature when it comes to digital forensics. We want to maintain a chain of custody, especially when it comes to legal matters. Hashing is another thing that I talked about earlier that we want to incorporate together with blockchains. And hashing is something, or is a technique that has been used in many, many different aspects of computing to verify data integrity as a whole. One thing that we could do if we just focused on hashing alone is to even say we want to use it to verify individual video. So if we know we have a version and we want to compare another version, for example, that's something that we could use hashing to do, because I could hash any data and I expect the hash to be the same, even if I make a copy of that, for example. A robust framework is something that is needed, especially even though this hashing could be used to think about individual data, we needed something more robust when we are dealing with large-scale comparison. We needed something that would enable verification and preservation of video, and not just verification alone. So going a little bit, or talking about, I'm sort of getting into our main contribution here gradually, but focusing a little bit more on hashing. Hashing involves, or a hashing process that we use here involves two things. First is the extraction of key features from the video. I'll talk a little bit more about how we do that in just a little bit. And then we also encode that feature that we get. And here, even though I'm using features, I am not talking about machine learning. I know once I say features, that's probably what people are talking about. So this is not machine learning that I'm talking about here. Encoding the feature, we encode the feature into a compact hash value, which we will then make use of. Now we'll talk about that in just a little bit. Avoiding the duplication of effort on a platform when we are dealing with a large number of files is something that is very important. So hashing is our way of addressing this, because we know that if there are two things that are duplicate, two videos, for example, there are duplicates of one another, we expect to always get the same hash values for those. Blockchains, idea behind that. Blockchains is mostly associated with cryptocurrency. I know the moment that I say blockchains, a lot of people are thinking about cryptocurrency as well. But we take advantage of what we really want to take advantage of in terms of working with blockchains is to think about the immutable, irreversible login system that it has. It's going to be used, so we use it to store information about video content. And then in practice, this is also something that has been done in isolation or not together with hashing, is that it's been used to store information about video content for detecting duplication, for detecting pirated video. Another way that it's been used in existing literature, some of which I cited there, is to provide a secure database for security cameras, video from security cameras, for example. What we want to do in our approach is to incorporate hashing and blockchain technology. Another thing that we introduce in our approach is the idea of a static threshold. What we want to use the static threshold to do is to provide a uniform standard for forensic investigation. So we want to negate the possibility of inaccuracies and variations of results that comes from the way that we evaluate similarity between two video contents, for example. So we introduce a static threshold, which I'll talk about a little bit later on. And then we identify video manipulation by establishing some predetermined criteria that is based on an in-depth examination of video attributes. So we have some criteria that we use in our examination process. Again, I will talk a little bit more about this as I go through this process that I'm going to now explain. So our approach involves a number of steps. On the right-hand side of the next couple of slides, I'm going to have the what the flow chart or what the process looks like. Then on the right, I'll talk a little bit about that. I have some information on the left-hand side of it, but I will talk about that as I go through this. So we have a video hashing process that accepts video input. And here I'm showing 2 video inputs, for example. What we want to do with this is to generate hash values as a fingerprint. The way that the hash value is generated is that we read each video frame frame by frame for processing. The frames get transformed into grayscale information so that we can simplify or into grayscale. And the reason for that is to simplify the computation process and also emphasize the structure of the video itself or the frame itself, rather than the color changes that could typically occur with even very slight changes. For example, the one thing I also wanted to do in terms of hashing is to safeguard the validity so that when we do compare 2 hashes later on, we are able to know whether one thing is a copy of another one. So that's the process that is showing. That's the process that is showing on the previous slide. The next step to our process is in terms of the integrity determination. So assuming that I have 2 hashes generated at the top here, we calculate the frame differences between those, or the frame difference between those 2 hashes that we have calculated for consistent comparison basis. We take the frames, the 2 frames that we have hash values for, and then we normalize the differences between them so that we have a common, consistent way of comparing videos. And then we also consider the variances between these things. For example, we make use of a predefined threshold to identify differences that indicate tampering. So for most of our experiment, we had a threshold set to 0.02, and I'll talk about those experiments in just a little bit or show some examples of results. And then when we have the results going beyond this, or the differences going beyond this specific threshold that we have predetermined from experiment, it would mean that there are inconsistencies, and that would lead to additional examination, for example. So how does blockchain comes into this? The use of blockchain makes it easier to identify dissimilarities in the case of halted video for each video that doesn't exist. So from the previous step, when we compare 2 things, if it is a new video or if it's a video that doesn't actually exist before, we had that video into the blockchain. The way that it is added into the blockchain is that we take the hash value of the video together with a bit of some other information that is shown on that block over there. And then we create a new block. Every new block that is added has a connection to the block that is before it, or to the block that the video transpired from, or that it came from. So let's say I have a video and I've manipulated it, for example, and I try to check if it now exists. I'm able to identify that it was related to this other video. Oh, I am out of time. Okay. So that's what the check looks like within the blockchain itself. And this is our idea of selecting the threshold. And just quickly talking about the experiment here, this will be the differences between when 2 videos are the same, and this is on the right-hand side when we have videos that are not the same, for example. And what we are seeing in that graph is just the specific frames where things have been modified and they have actually been changed within the frame itself. And then we have some experiments to also just show when there's a new block has been added and there's been manipulation or no manipulation, for example. Just quickly concluding this, one of the things that we are considering for the future is in terms of scalability, just making sure that we are able to handle more different types of video, a more larger scale of video. Also, we had some constraint in terms of we had a similarity check that within the blockchain itself that only focused on the video length and the format constraint. And that's something that we are hoping to expand into some other types of constraint as well. The results show that this approach is viable. It is applicable for both legal and security concept perspectives. And we hope we can do a little bit more in terms of working towards its scalability in the near future. Okay, thank you very much. I crash landed that. But if there are any questions, you are welcome to send either Sahil or myself an email, or I can take one now. Thank you.
Thank you, Mary. Is there a quick question? Okay, I think we'll move on to our fourth paper. This is paper ID 94, econometric and AI-based modeling of Nigeria's internet rates based on Fisher education. And I believe we have Sigiru here.
Yes, I am here. Let me quickly share my screen. Good morning, everyone. My name is Sagiru Mati. We are going to present our paper on econometric and AI-based modeling of Nigeria's interest rates based on Fisher equation, along with Salim Jibril Dambata, Ahad Nassar, Abdullahi Garba Usman, Derina Uzun, and Ahmad Muhammad. The trends of interest rate are of important significance in determining transaction and securities. They are also valuable in designing macroeconomic policies and investment decisions. The current study is an attempt to combine econometric and machine learning approaches to model the Nigeria's interest rate based on Fisher equation. There are various studies that use econometric methodologies only, and others that use machine learning approaches. So the idea is to combine to see whether the combination of the two more different techniques or different approaches can provide better predictive accuracy. The interest rate we model in this paper include the central bank rate, deposit interest rate, lending rate, and treasury bill rate. Our paper is grounded on Fisher equation. Fisher equation simply is a hypothesis that implies that a fully anticipated once and for all change in expected inflation does not affect the real interest rate. Based on this Fisher equation, we are saying that our dependent variable or our output variable in the sense of machine learning is nominal interest rate, while the dependent variable or the so-called input in machine learning literature is expected inflation, as indicated in equation 1. Okay. The methodology adopted in this study include central bank rates, deposit interest rate, treasury bill rate, and lending rate as dependent variables. That is, we have 4 different models for each of these interest rates. We use CPI to calculate the value of inflation as change in inflation as defined in the following equation. That is the difference between the current inflation and the previous inflation over the previous inflation multiplied by 100. The inflation series, the newly created inflation series is used as the input or the independent variable for each of the interest rate equation. The data source, each of the variable is obtained from International Financial Statistics. That is the database of International Monetary Fund. The methodology we use, the econometric methodology we use in this study include autoregressive integrated moving average. That is the univariate methodology where we use only interest, we model the interest rate as a univariate input. Then we use simple linear regression. We also use autoregressive distributed lag model, which was proposed by Pesaran. We also use vector autoregressive for vector autoregression and Bayesian vector autoregression, along with vector error correction model in our BECM. The AI models include artificial neural network, that is ANN, and adaptive neural fuzzy inference system, in short, ANFIS. Most of this econometric, or all of the econometric methodology we use are linear models, while the AI models are non-linear. Let's quickly look at some of the results. Before we model the interest rate, we look at the unit root properties of the series. We use the popular augmented Dicke polar and Phillips-Perron test. The evaluation criteria we employed in the study include root mean squared error, mean absolute error, mean absolute percentage error, MAPE, and symmetric MAPE. Finally, we use field inequality coefficient. These are the 5 evaluation criteria we used to assess the predictive accuracy of our models. We are reporting the output, the results of these models based on the evaluation criteria. The values in red indicate the best performing model. We can see that in the training results, in the training sample, for the training we use 75%, and for the testing we use 25%. For the training, we can see that AMPIS is the best performing model based on RMSE, but based on other criteria, that is, based on other criteria including MAE, MAPE, and SMAPE, the combination of BECM and AMPIS provides the best predictive accuracy. If you go to the DIR, that is deposit interest rate, we can see that AMPIS provides the best performance in terms of RMSE, MAE, and MAPE. But the combination of the two models, AMPIS and BECM, provide the best prediction based on SMAPE and field U1. Evaluation results continue with the training sample, that is for LER, where we consider the combination of BECM and AMPIS also outperform other models based on all the evaluation measures except the RMSE. And for the territory bill rates, also the combination, the ensembling of BECM, that's the vector error correction model, and AMPIS provides the best predictive accuracy. Likewise, we look at the testing sample, the evaluation criteria for the testing sample. For the central bank rate, it is obvious that combination of BECM and AMPIS is the best performing model across all evaluation criteria. And for the DIR, that is deposit interest rate, ARIMA, that is the linear model, is the best performing model for the testing sample. However, the combination of BECM and AMPIS provides the best accuracy based on RMSE. If we move to panel C of the testing results, we can see that BECM is also the best based on RMSE. BECM is the best performing model for LEL based on MAE, MAPE, SMAPE, and DIU. But RMSC chooses BECM and ANTIS, the combination of BECM and ANTIS to be the best. When we move to panel D, that is territory bureau for the testing sample, RMSC indicates that performance of BECM is the best, even though it has a tie between ANTIS and BECM. And ANTIS also happens to be the best based on SMAPE, DIU1, and MAE. To make it more detailed, we use graph to indicate the trend of this series. The blue line is the actual value, while the red one is the combination of BECM and ANTIS. Based on all the 4 panels of the graphs, we can see that BECM happens to be the best, or in terms of mimicking the trend of the actual value of all the inter-search series. And we also use the same line graph for the testing period to see the view the performance or to view the trend of the actual series and the predicted values of the models. It is obvious that BECM, the combination of BECM and FIS, is best as modeling the 4 inter-searches. We also use Tylo diagram to present the performance. But Tylo diagram is a graph that is based on correlation and standard deviation. Correlation along the arc and standard deviation along the y and both the y and x axis. To indicate the best performing, we use larger dot, or the largest dot indicate the best performing model, or the one with the highest correlation with the actual value. Based on the best value, based on the best graph, that is the one for central bar for the CBR, it is obvious that BECM AMPIS, the one with the red dot, has the largest dot, and it is the best performing model across all the panels of the Tylo diagrams. We also use Tylo diagram for the testing sample to indicate the performance, to compare the performance of the reported models. Again, BECM AMPIS, or the combination of BECM and AMPIS, happen to be the best performing model. In conclusion, the study compares the predictive performance of ARIMA SLR autoregressive distributed lag model, VAR, VIVA, BECM, and AMPIS. That is the combination on linear models and nonlinear models. It is obvious that AMPIS beats the individual models. AMPIS as a nonlinear model beats its nonlinear counterpart, that is ANN, and the linear models. However, the combination of BECM and AMPIS, that is the ensembling of the two, the linear and nonlinear model, provide better predictive accuracy than other models in both the training and testing sample. Thank you for listening. If you have any question, I'll be willing to answer them.
Thank you very much. Is there a quick question? Okay, Sagira, will you be presenting the next one as well, or is Salim going to present some?
Yeah, I will present the next one as well.
Okay, so up next is paper 95. It is demystifying the knitter package, essential recipes and easy steps for adding knit engines in R.
Yeah, Good morning once again. In this paper, we try to show how to add neat engines in R. That is extending the power of NITA packet. NITA packet is an R packet which will provide an interface for dynamic and reproducible reports in R Markdown and Koto. Koto and R Markdown are new publishing, or yeah, we can say new because Koto started around 2020. So they are good publications and typesetting system that can produce dynamic reports, like the way Excel is working. Once you change little, whatever you change, it will automatically update itself. NITA packet is built on R Markdown packet. R Markdown itself is an R packet. NITA packet can be extended via neat engines. The purpose of this paper is because the number of neat engines in the R package NITA are limited. So there is a way we can extend it. And the purpose of this paper is to show how to extend these packages, how to extend the package. The neat engines allow execution of secret of other programs from R. The idea is to avoid copy and paste. If you have output of another statistical software or another software like Python, Julia, eViews, you don't have to copy and paste, or you don't have to switch between these two applications. You can just call it from R and import the output automatically into the R output. Overview of NITA packet. Let us briefly look at what NITA is doing. Initially, you have your R Markdown, that is RMD. RMD is an extension for R Markdown document. And QMD is an extension for Koto document. So when you render your R Markdown document, NITA will process it to Markdown document. And Markdown document would be passed to Pandoc that will provide either PDF, HTML, or Word document. If you have enough time, we'll quickly see how this is working practically. Anatomy of R Markdown and Koto. R Markdown can be, or Koto document can be processed in text-based software application like RStudio, VS Code, but the popular one is RStudio. So we are using RStudio for our demonstration. R Markdown document is typically like this. When we have the point matter, or what we call the metadata, that is whatever is between these dashes is called the metadata. And we also have chunk, what we call chunk. And this R is indicating the name of the neat engine. This is telling us that whatever we are going to use between these backticks, it has to be an R code. Below the neat engine, we have what we call the chunk options. This is giving R Markdown document or Koto document or the chunks how it should be processed. And then the engine code. Engine code is because our engine from here it is R, so the code has to be an R code. 2 + 4 is an example of an R code. It will be processed to 6. The anatomy of a code chunk. R Markdown also, as we mentioned previously, it has metadata, it has chunk, or the code chunk. What code chunk is doing is that you provide the code. For example, in our previous slide, we used R code. We use the chunk options, we provided the chunk options and the environment. When we pass it to the neat engine will process it into formatted code, then formatted output, either PDF, HTML, or Word document, or any new environment. There are 4 easy steps to add a new neat engine. For example, eViews is not part of the neat engines provided by NITA package. So if you follow these 4 easy steps. You can add any statistical software or programming language to NITA packet and process your files without opening other statistical software. That is, you can run the code of other software for an R. Assign a file name and extension to R. For example, if I'm dealing with eViews, or for example, if I'm dealing with Python, .py is a Python extension. So for eViews, it is .plg. Use R code or R function write lines to write the code of the new neat engine you want to create. Then we use system 2. System 2 is a way to execute system code for an R. Then you can create a lot and use another function provided by NITA package to use to tell R that we are going to use this in processing our code for the new neat engine. We are going to give an example using eViews R. eViews R is an R package that we created based on that idea we provided in our last slide. But we need to know the behavior of eViews. eViews we need to modify the setting of eViews to run program on eViews startup. If we don't do this, it might not work properly, or we have to follow another way. The first step is to create an R function. Give it any name. In our case, we give it eng underscore eViews to show that it is an eViews neat engine we want to create. Then options. The first step is giving the file name. Here is the file name we created, and we use .plg because eViews is taking .plg at the extension of its program file. Then the second step is to use write lines. This pass is equal to at run pass is /cd as the example of eViews code. Option cost. Then we write the code we want it out to process. This option eval, it is telling you that if options is simply chunk options. It's an argument provided by NITA as a chunk options. So chunk options, we are saying that if chunk options is set to evaluate the code, then you evaluate the code by running the system function of the R. The final step, the step 4, is to use a load function. Create a function and use the function provided by the NITA package to set eViews as a neat engine, as a new neat engine. These are the colors we use. The green color refers to code by NITA, the yellow color represents code by eViews, and R functions are provided in red. These are the overview of how to create an R function that will create a new neat engine in NITA, or that can facilitate an interface between R and other statistical software. You declare an R packet, and so you declare an R function. You use this function to create the extension, the file with an extension. You can use write lines to write the engine codes. You use system 2 to execute the code or the file you created above. Then you can import the output of the external program. For example, if we're integrating with Python, or as in our case, we are integrating with eViews, you import the eViews output automatically into your R Markdown or Koto document. You end the function. But if you intend to use the function in base R only, you don't have to do anything. You just put the function in a package. But if you intend to use this R function as a neat engine that is in Koto or R Markdown document, you need to use our load functions or neat engine to set the new neat engine. And we also, finally, you put it in a package. We already created an eViews eBeau's package is already on current comprehensive archive network, so we don't have to do it. And the purpose is to show how to insert, to create it, not to use it. Okay, in conclusion, adding it engine in NITA is easy. You can refer to original paper, for example, regarding Dania and Greta. There are two econometric soft applications that will use the same procedure to create the new NIT engine for. Let's quickly demonstrate how it is done. For the purpose of demonstration, we created this sample document. Here is our metadata with the title, with the author name, and the format. Format here, PDF, means that we want to create PDF documents. And this is an example of header. Instead of saying, in LaTeX, we say slide section, but in Markdown or Photo, you just use hash as a section. You use double hash as subsection, and you can include paragraph. And the purpose of Markdown or Photo document is that you can include your code along with your text. Here we use R to ensure that we are using R code. Therefore, we have 2+4 as an R code, as I gave an example in our previous slide. And here we use eBeau's to show that we want to process eBeau's code. That is why all these are eBeau's code. If we put R code in this chunk, it will not process. Let us quickly compile our document to see how it works. You will see that eBeau's will automatically open. When it opens, it will process and import the eBeau's output into our new document. We are now rendering the document. It will automatically open eBeau's. We are waiting. Let's wait to see how it will render the new documents. This is showing that it is rendering to PDF. You can see eBeau's is opening automatically without doing anything. This eliminates the need for copy and paste. You don't have to copy eBeau's document into your final document, even your PDF or HTML or Word file. It is rendering the LaTeX. It is rendering the PDF. When it opens, we will see the final output, and we'll see the eBeau's output directly or automatically imported into our new document. You can see that we provide the name of the figure here in our photo document. It is rendering. Okay, it has finished rendering and it has opened automatically. You can see our title automatically generated, the name of the author, the dates, the head in our PDF file. This is header 1 as a section, and this is header 2 as a subsection. And this is the code, the out code we put, 2+4, and this is the output 6 automatically generated. And this is the eBeau's code we created, we put in our eBeau's chunk. And this is the output. This is the figure. This is an eBeau's figure. This figure is not generated by R. It is generated by eBeau's, and it is automatically imported into our photo document, into our PDF. And our references are automatically generated based on the information we provided. And if we want to change the output name, we can change this PDF, for example, to HTML.
We're over time. We need to move to the next speaker.
Okay, thank you so much. Thank you. If you have any question, I will be willing to answer them.
Thank you very much. Our next paper is paper 108, Evaluation and Analysis of a Digital Forensics Readiness Framework for the IIoT. And
I'm here.
Thank you. Yes.
No worries. Thanks. Let me share my screen. I hope my screen is visible.
It is.
Yeah, thanks. Good day, everyone. My name is Harsha Mekala. I'm currently a PhD student at Deakin University, Australia. Um, Today I would like to take this opportunity to present one of our key aspects of my thesis, that is evaluation and analysis of a DFR framework, digital forensic readiness framework for the industrial IoT. So the main motivation behind our research is to enhance the security in industrial IoT and to enhance efficiency. Improve efficiency in investigation process while addressing security attacks against this domain. So as part of our thesis, we have proposed a digital forensic readiness framework, which is a proactive investigation methodology that aims to optimize the potential evidence handling process and also to significantly reduce the investigation costs. This research paper solely focuses on the evaluation of our proposed DFR framework. So before diving into the actual content, let me just give you a quick body of the topics that I would be covering throughout the presentation today. So I'll be starting, I will start by introducing industrial IoT and its architecture. And I will then talk about the security threats and vulnerabilities that are associated against IoTs. I will then discuss the research problem, the problem statement, and also our research contributions for this paper. We'll then introduce our proposed DFO framework and its evaluation and analysis. I will then briefly touch down strengths and the areas for enhancement of our DFO framework. And also I will briefly talk about our future work. As part of the evaluation process, we conducted the evaluation in 2 stages. So one is the direct alignment between our proposed digital forensic readiness framework and the ISYEC 27043 2015 international standard, just to check its generic compliance against the same. And then in the second stage, we align the framework with the same standard, but in the context of a wide variety of simulated attack scenarios. Primarily in this paper, the focus is on Modbus TCP flood attacks. So what is industrial IoT? It is nothing but a convergence of Internet of Things, cyber physical systems, and the cloud or edge computing platforms for that basically operates in industrial environments. It leverages the machine-generated data in order to enable real-time analytics and to promote efficient decision making. This ecosystem primarily combines a wide range of intelligent and interconnected industrial nodes in order to maximize the production or while reducing the operational costs. So basically, the typical architecture includes control systems, also field devices like sensors and actuators or any smart meters or such devices, and also the communication gateways, supervisory controllers like human-machine interfaces or SCADA devices, and cloud and edge computing platforms for enabling computational resources. So the unique characteristics of IoT, like its heterogeneity in nature, and also the critical operational requirements, and also the interconnected nature, and also the existence of legacy devices. These basically could result in security challenges. So when compared to the consumer IoT, like the simple IoT devices that we use at smart home or any offices, security issues in industrial IoT is generally unique and are highly critical due to the critical nature of the data that industrial IoT handles, and also the significant amount of data and operations that IoT possesses. So in order to in order to enhance the security in such a critical ecosystem, it is important that we propose a robust security measures that are essential to deploy in each component of the IoT ecosystem in order to mitigate potential threats. So the figure on this slide presents a high-level overview of the IoT architecture that has been considered in our research. So, so the architecture primarily comprises 4 layers. So the layer 1 includes field devices like sensors, actuators, or any other field devices, which basically execute physical processes. And the layer 2 includes control systems like PLCs and RTUs, which enable interactions with the devices in layer 1. Layer 3 includes SCADA controlling and also the data acquisition devices and also the human machine interface components. The layer 4 includes the applications to enable data analytics, cloud computing, or any mobile or edge computing applications. So the communication between each layer of this architecture can be achieved through a wide range of protocols, including Modbus TCP, MQTT, or COAP. So each of each of these protocols has its own security requirements and also have their own vulnerabilities that we need to consider before deploying. In our research, we have considered Modbus TCP as a communication protocol that enables communication between each of these layers. The reason being is that it's wide applicability in operating SCADA and PLCs. So, so despite the revolution in technology and also in industrial environments, security remains a key challenge for IIoT, with both known and unknown vulnerabilities exposing these critical applications to cyber threats, including DOS attacks or any other attacks like man in the middle or Modbus TCP flood attacks. So since IoT is the combination of diverse controllers, sensors, and protocols and technologies like cloud, edge, or fog computing, ensuring security in each application associated with the architecture is important. So some of the common vulnerabilities in IoT includes the lack of authentication and the lack of strong encryption mechanisms in control devices like PLCs. And also the communication protocols like UDP or ICMP are particularly vulnerable to IP address spoofing and ARP spoofing attacks. And the SCADA systems and the PLCs, as mentioned, these lack secure authentication and encryption mechanisms. So our study basically seeks to enhance digital forensic readiness in this IoT domain by addressing the key challenges involved in the digital forensics readiness domain, and also develop a robust and holistic DFS framework that is tailored for IoT networks and to align with the industry. Industry standard like ISO, IEC as part of the evaluation process. So but what could be the existing challenges to design and develop such a framework? So, forensics is not a new technique. It has been widely adopted and utilized in various case studies to investigate crimes, both in digital space and the physical environment. Also, there are a wide variety of security solutions proposed by various researchers, but most of the solutions are basically tailored for traditional IoT environments, and may fall short in addressing the dynamic threats faced by IoT systems. And also the conventional digital forensic models which primarily focus on post-incident investigations, these also struggle to adapt to the heterogeneous and the complex nature of IoT platforms. And this gap complicates the forensic investigation process following security incidents, highlighting the necessity of a proactive approach that is digital forensic readiness. So forensic readiness as a concept itself is a novel technique, and since IIoT is also an emerging concept, it requires a quick attention. So DFR is nothing but a proactive technique that is employed as a pre-investigation measure in order to proactively manage security incidents. It enables organizations to anticipate security incidents by identifying, preserving, and collecting evidence in line with regulatory compliance, the streamlining both internal and legal inquiries. Um, but one of the main research challenges is to optimize the extraction of potential digital evidence, that to collect and store only the relevant data for investigation purpose, thereby minimizing the investigation costs. Also, another research gap is that the absence of a standardized forensic readiness model for precise analysis of forensic cases in IoT. So our proposed framework comprises a comprehensive 7-stage process, starting with the DFR planning and the preparation. It basically involves scenario definition for the attacks, and also the DFR architecture design and integration. It basically aligns against the IoT architecture in order to identify the potential evidence sources and the data collection preservation to extract the relevant data, the events construction and analysis for forensic investigation and analysis, and also the reporting and the continuous improvement. As mentioned, the stage 1 involves the generic alignment between the framework and the ISO IEC standard. We align each stage of our DFR framework with the process that are defined in the standard by definitions and its operations as well. We compare them by checking if these practices and procedures are defined in the standard are applicable in our case as well. The standard, while not explicitly designed for IIoT, it can be so as a vital benchmark for establishing a robust forensic readiness framework. In the second stage, we pretty much done the same, but in the context of Modbus TCP attack scenarios. And the alignment strengths are basically categorized into 3 types: low, medium, and strong. The low indicates the minimum alignment. The medium reflects moderate alignment, and the strong reflects a high degree of alignment between the framework and the standard. So as part of the simulation process, we have developed a virtual simulation environment. It basically the test bed has been formulated based on the Purdue enterprise reference architecture. It basically includes the factory IO as a production line factory environment to simulate the field devices, and the open PLC as a PLCs, like a simulated system. SCADA just to manage the centralized monitoring, and the communication was done through Modbus TCP, and attacker is an insider. The Modbus TCP attacks are launched to compromise the simulation process that is controlled by the open PLC by reading and modifying the Modbus holding register and the coil values of the open PLC memory, for which we utilize tools like Metasploit and the SMOD. Using Metasploit, we gathered the initial holding register and the coil values of the ongoing simulation process, and we modify them accordingly. And we aim to intercept the communication packets between the open PLC and factory IO by changing the register values of the PLC memory. The success of the attack is measured by the change in values from 0 to 1 or 1 to 0 at the runtime, depending on its original value. So the table on this slide basically shows the alignment between our DFR framework stages and the ISO IEC 27043 processes and its alignment strength with its justification. The plot.
We need to move to the last talk. So if you can wrap up.
Sure, it's the last one. So the plot on the slide demonstrates the quantitative distribution of metrics that are aligned between the DFR framework and the IoT for the IoT and the standard, and covering both the general value and the specific analysis in the context of Modbus TCP of the flood attack scenario. So as part of the future work, we will concentrate on enhancing our framework ability through a practical implementation. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We're just going to go straight to the last talk at this point. It is the development of a digital forensic framework for ease of forensic analysis. I believe we had Mahika Gupta here.
Hi, I think there's been a confusion there. So my name's Dhruv, and I'm one of the co-authors on this paper.
Okay.
And I will be presenting
Sounds good. Thank you.
Share my screen. I hope my screen is visible.
It just popped up. You're good.
This is good. Great. So hi everyone, my name is Dhruv Suvarna, currently a student at PS University pursuing my computer science and engineering degree. On behalf of my co-authors, Mahesh, Mahika, Sonal, Professor Sapnavyam, and Professor Prasad, I'd like to present our research topic, the development of a digital framework for the ease of forensic analysis. The agenda would look something like this. I'd provide you with a brief introduction, followed by a literature review, then a methodology as to how we went about this research, followed by our proposed architecture, and then results in conclusion. If time does allow, I would also like to go about with a demo of what we implemented. Anyway, so getting started, I'd first like to provide a introduction as to what the digital forensic landscape currently looks like. So we have the digital forensic process basically consists of the following steps, that is seizure of your digital devices, acquisition of the data from these digital devices, analysis of the evidence found in these devices, followed by reporting of these followed by reporting of this evidence. So this is the basic process that an investigator takes when tasked with going about in digital forensic investigation. So with rapid advancement in technology, we also have a multitude of devices like phones, laptops, cloud environments, IoT devices. This leads to an enormous increase in the amount of data that can be found, which complicates the investigation procedure. To assist during such investigations, we have a lot of digital forensic tools available. These tools can be categorized by various branches in which they're applicable in, such as cloud forensics or mobile forensics. There are also tools which are commercial like MKs and FTK, but there are also open source tools like Autopsy, TSK, that is the sleuth kit, and volatility that that are driven by the community. So coming to our problem statement, I think it would be more helpful to describe challenges in the current scenario, which would bring us to our problem statement. So with the currently available tools, we see that there is a lack of a cohesive framework or a toolkit to assist during the entire investigation procedure. So most of these currently available tools, such as Autopsy or SleuthKit, are standalone in their nature. So uh, say you wanted to investigate a device in the branch of storage forensics. In this case, only you would have to use tools like Autopsy. If you have to investigate a memory dump, you would have to use a tool like Volatility. So these tools are more specific and more specialized. And in investigation dealing with a huge amount of data, you would be actually wasting a lot of time going through multiple tools. Another thing with these tools is that they have complicated installation procedures, have a lot of dependencies on them, which personally also was quite tedious for us as well. Then when we come to learning curve and manual nature, these tools often are not easy for beginners to use. They involve you to memorize a lot of commands, understand the nuances of these prompts that you give to these tools, and also they are highly manual in the sense, say for a simple task such as searching for a particular keyword through a through some through digital evidence, you would have to use multiple commands such as blks, strings, and grep to get your output. All of this highlights the need for a unified framework that would assist the investigator during the entire digital forensic cycle. Coming to a literature review, so some background work that we did was we found this one paper that proposed two new plugins. One plugin which would work on autopsy and which would provide with reports on brute force attacks, and another plugin for volatility that would detect rootkits on device attacks. All of these results would be encoded into a forensic lucid format. This paper was, however, solely focused on developing plugins for autopsy and volatility without offering a broader solution to streamline the entire investigation procedure. Another paper we came across was dealing with developing a command line interface for developing a command line interface for SleuthKit. So SleuthKit is a command line and command line tool by itself, but what they proposed was building an automation on top of it that would provide users with documentation and hashing and case management. The main drawback that we could infer from here was that this implementation mainly dealt with specific tools such as ImageStat, MMStat, FSStat, and FLS tools, which are part of the SleuthKit package. Another paper that we came across proposed a new digital forensic investigative model that would incorporate a feedback mechanism and a case history keeper into the digital forensic process. This would improve the efficiency by learning from past investigations and also improving methodologies. Our limitation with this was that this proved to be quite complex in implementation and not be applicable to the wide variety of tools available in the market today. When we go about how we conducted our research, we could broadly describe it in this diagram presented on this slide. So we started by a comprehensive study on currently available tools. So these are tools like DD, SleuthKit, Lime, Dumpit, as well as graphic-based tools such as Autopsy, FTK Imager, OS Forensics, and Redline. So a lot of these tools, we actually went through how to use them. We tested them out with various evidence files. And we try to do a comparative analysis based on their features, their limitations, their performance. This would allow us to choose tools that we could incorporate into our framework. So in this slide, I've just incorporated a snapshot from our comparative study. So you can see here we have like a few tools such as SleuthKit, Memorize, Redline. We have tried to detail as to which phase of an investigation it can be used in, the key features, as well as their limitations. A detailed dive into this comparative study can also be found in our paper. Coming to our proposed architecture, the user would interact with this framework via a web app that we have designed with HTML and JavaScript. This takes in the user request to a Flask server, which then interacts with the volatility and SleuthKit modules at the back. Another thing to note here is that we don't just directly use these volatility and SleuthKit modules. What we do is outputs from those are actually incorporated or analyzed with other tools such as grep and strings. And this this fastens the whole investigative procedure by also providing additional functionality. So the result was this web app that we developed, which provided a much easier and simplified way to get started with your digital forensic investigation. So these are actually snapshots from the web app that we developed. As you can see, we have a quite simple and detailed homepage, which tells you what these branches of forensics are. Then coming to the tools that we incorporate into our implementation. So on the left side, you can see that we have these memory forensic tools such as viewing the registry keys, viewing network connections, viewing all processes, hidden processes, command line history, and extracting hash passwords. These all come under volatility. Then on this side, we have storage forensic tools. So these were tools that come under these are tools that come under the storage forensic area, such as view files and directories, view files statistics, extract disk images, view file contents, searching for a string. So to see one specific functionality, so here, this is the view memory dump and view its information. So we can see here we have a simple button to upload our memory dump and view information about the memory dump. Usually in volatility, when you have to do such a thing, you normally have to type out a long command to find out suggested profiles and use that profile later as flags in further commands. What we do here is we save that profile as well and use that in further tools. So one of the tools here is displaying of hashes and cracking the passwords. So what hash you can view from what are stored in your memory dump can actually be cracked using hashcat, and all of that is incorporated into these simple two buttons instead of memorizing or referring to long drawn out commands and in a longer investigative time. Another feature here is the storage forensics. So we uploaded a raw file here and we were able to view the disk image information and partition information. So you can see this was a raw file type, and we were also able to list all files and directories in the partition. As a conclusion, such kind of framework where we streamline the whole investigative process, we combine various tools available, helps a lot in streamlining the whole procedure, also shortens the resolution time, and and helps us to fasten the whole process. Future work can also include implementing such kind of framework to multiple operating systems. Right now, it's solely working on Linux. Image acquisition and report generation features can also be incorporated into this kind of framework. And we can also expand to include other branches of forensics, such as mobile forensics, email forensics, network forensics, for a complete solution. I think that brings us to the end of this presentation. If anyone has any questions, I'd be happy to answer.
Thank you very much. At this point, I believe that concludes the session, and I will be handing off the chair to Dr. Tuba, who will take over for the next session. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I'm smoking here and people will find me.
I still never heard the
Yeah, I will try to make it. Good morning. We are a couple of minutes late with this session, but we are now ready to start. I can ask anyone that is not here, let me know. But we have 8 papers in this session, so we have to keep talks short. You should have like 8-9 minutes of talk, and then we will have a couple of minutes of discussion. So please keep your talk shorter than maybe planned, because it's a really crowded session. Okay, so the first paper is generative artificial intelligence in Latin American higher education, a systematic literature review, authored by Maria Baldeón Calisto and Alejandra de la Torre. Alejandra, I can see that you're here. Okay, you can turn on your mic and share the screen.
Okay, thank you so much. I will share it right now.
Thank you.
Okay. Just give me 1 second. Good morning, everyone. Thank you so much for being here today. I am excited to share insights of our systematic literature review on the use of generative artificial intelligence, or GenAI, in Latin American higher education. My name is Alejandra de la Torre. I'm a student and research assistant at Universidad San Francisco de Quito, and alongside with my dear professor, Maria Baldeón Calisto, we have delved into how GenAI is reshaping education in the Latin American landscape. Okay, so for the introduction, first of all, let's talk about artificial intelligence. Artificial intelligence has been the driving force behind transformative changes in various fields, such as healthcare, finance, manufacturing, and more recently in education. It is capable of helping students to get tailor-made content and enhance their learning. However, the emergence of generative AI, or also called GenAI, is taking this transformation even further. GenAI systems are capable of producing new content without being explicitly programmed on how to do it. They represent a shift from the AI that merely suggests to AI that creates. Before we delve into existing literature, let's briefly consider the background of Latin America. The region represents a unique mixture of educational environments, characterized by diverse challenges and opportunities. It has disparities in the educational experience which vary greatly from urban to rural areas, from private to public education. It is within this complex environment that GenAI emerges as a beacon to potential innovation, offering tools that could help democratize education and bridge gaps in these various landscapes. On the previous literature reviews in the field of educational technology, there have been various literature reviews that have shed light on the role of AI in higher education. For instance, Barung et al., as well as Compton and Borg in 2023, reviewed the AI state of the art in higher education, encapsulating broad ranges of AI applications, including generative models. They did it from a global standpoint, and while their work was really extensive and complete, it did not narrow into the Latin American unique context. In contrast, the systematic literature review by Salas, Pilko, and Yang in 2022 did concentrate on Latin America higher education and the applications of AI. However, it only included articles that were up to the very beginning of 2021, and its timing preceded to the Gen AI revolution. Therefore, this study fills a crucial void by providing a contemporary systematic analysis and a literature review of the AI applications with a special focus on Gen AI in Latin American higher education. For the methodology, we conducted a systematic literature review following all the PRISMA guidelines. Some of the inclusion criteria that we used where peer-reviewed journal articles and conference papers that dated from 2021 to the end of 2023 and focused on the AI applications in higher education in major Latin American countries. They could be in Spanish, English, and Portuguese, and we use the databases and search engines Scopus, Cielo, and Google Scholar. You can see that we started in the figure with 400 papers, and we narrowed our search to 25 articles that fulfilled our criteria. In this graph, you can see the papers that we included and the country that the studies were made, being Peru, Ecuador, and Mexico, the ones with the most articles, and Argentina and Bolivia with the least ones. The research questions that we used were, what AI-based applications are being used in higher education institutions in Latin America? What are the perceptions of both educators and students with these major changes in the educational landscape? And finally, what are the main challenges with implementing this in the classroom? So, for our main findings, let's start with the application. In our systematic literature review, we uncovered a diverse array of applications of AI that are currently reshaping higher education in Latin America. Let me highlight the most impactful ones that we found. Firstly, there's predictive modeling. Educational institutions are employing machine learning algorithms to anticipate student performance and identify potential dropouts. It is a critical step toward improving educational outcomes, especially in a continent like Latin America, where the dropout rates are really high. Studies from Ecuador and Peru, for instance, utilize random forest and K-means clustering to reveal patterns in student behavior and predict the dropout risks, allowing for intervention in early stages. Furthermore, AI-driven virtual assistants are providing unprecedented support to both students and education. These systems do not only automatize tasks, but are also offering personalized guidance. Remarkable examples come from Chile, where there was implemented an application where students could study for their anatomy exams, and the virtual assistant identified their weak points and helped them reinforce these topics in order to enhance their learning. Moreover, the integration of generative AI, particularly tools such as ChatGPT, is facilitating the creation of new, tailor-made educational content. In Mexico, for instance, ChatGPT has been integrated in workshops to teach and empower students on how to use this tool to summarize information, implement learning methodologies, and explore new content and techniques. Moving on to the creative realm, Gen AI is making a huge revolution in the media. In Peruvian universities, they are using tools as Midjourney and Leonardo to enable students to create audiovisual content. And lastly, in Argentina, they use TESS, Gen AI tool that is a mental health app that helps students to have this guidance and tips to release anxiety and reduce depression. Understanding the application is just one facet, but comprehending how these are perceived by educators and students is equally crucial. Here's what we find. The educators are openness to innovations. They have shown keen interest in exploring how these tools can be integrated into their pedagogy and enhance the learning outcomes of their students. However, there's also some concern about relevance. There's a degree of skepticism of how these tools will align with their teaching methodologies. And finally, educators underline a need for training and support in order to bridge this knowledge gap and empower them how to use these AI tools properly. On the other hand, students believe that AI tools, especially the generative ones, have enriched their learning experience. They appreciate the ability of these tools to provide them instant feedback and help them comprehend complex concepts. Meanwhile, students claim to be using these Gen AI tools. They have also accepted that some occasions they do not cite it, and there are some concerns about morality. And they believe that teachers should help them to find a better way to use these tools. And finally, there's a strong sentiment among students that the proficiency on AI tools is a critical skill for their future careers and will help them with their professional development. Finally, on the challenges identified, there is a technological access. because while some urban schools are well equipped to implement the AI tools and Gen AI applications, public institutions often struggle with limited budgets, making it challenging to procure, maintain, and update necessary AI technology. There are ethical considerations, especially due to the use of data or sensitive and private information in some models, and also some questions about originality and plagiarism, demanding robust academic integrity policies. And finally, there is a significant knowledge gap of awareness and training. Studies show that most educators are willing to integrate these tools into their classroom. However, they haven't done it before because they were just not aware of their existence. Or maybe they know they did exist, but they were not aware of how to use them, which is why this challenge should be addressed as soon as possible. In conclusion, our review underscores the transformative potential of AI in Latin American higher education. However, in order to fully explore this potential, these barriers that we talked about need to be overcome. For this, future research should delve into deeper ways to overcome these challenges, like economic inequalities, ethical concerns, and lack of educator training. Well, thank you so much for your attention. We look further for your questions. This is my contact information, and you can do your questions right now or via email. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Are there any questions from the audience? Check the chat. Okay, I have one question. In those research, is there any difference between using generative AI for introductory courses and for advanced courses, or those researchers are just in general usage of generative AI in education?
The research that we did was like general, but we did saw that they were mostly used in introductory courses. Like most of the studies we found were on the first years of education, which I think is really good because it's teaching like when students are starting school, they are teaching them how to implement these tools from early stages.
Okay. Okay. And what about the success followed by using those tools for studying? So if you start from very beginning relying on generative AI, is there any consequences for later slower catching up or something? I guess that is too early to say, actually.
Yeah, I think generative AI is still on its very beginning and early stages, so I don't think there are yet studies on how it will affect on the long term. But yeah, that's why it's really important that teachers play a crucial role into teaching students how to use these tools into their advantage, but not depend on them, but better just like use them to create more content and their cognitive abilities.
Okay. Thank
Can
you.
I ask
Thank
one
you.
quick question?
Yes.
So I know that the presenter mentioned about that in Latin America, the ChatGPT is being integrated in the curriculum to help students how to summarize passage. So I know that when I was a kid, this is also part of my curriculum when we'll be given some long paragraph and we have to summarize. Now, using the help of ChatGPT, do you guys think that can have a degenerative effect in learning?
As I said before, well, this is merely personal, but like, I think it's like saying that when you're practicing math, if maybe using a calculator will like make you not know how to do math. I mean, in the very early stages, like when your brain is developing, of course you need to do the operations by yourself. But I think where you're in a further stage of education, you can rely on these tools just to make the efforts the faster. I don't know if I'm explaining myself.
Okay,
Is
I
it
mean,
clear?
I understand the concept of calculator, but a calculator, you were just doing some arithmetic very quickly, but summarizing a paragraph, that requires much more skill that generally, I mean, you can, develop the skill over the period of time. It is not quite, to me, it is not quite equivalent, using calculator, but But anyways, I think a lot of the educational system, they are kind of embracing ChatGPT in their curriculum. That I know.
Yeah, of course, there has to be a balance between how you use these tools, but also how you use yourself and your brain and your cognitive abilities, of course.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. This is actually the very current discussion everywhere around the world, not just in computer science. So it is very interesting paper and interesting discussion. I wish that we can continue, but fortunately we are time limited. So if you have any further questions, you have the contact informations and you can contact authors directly. Thank you so much. Okay, so the second paper is titled Comparative Analysis of Vision Transformers and Convolutional Neural Networks in Cardiac Image Segmentation. And who will be presenting this paper? We have Maria Valdeon, Sebastian Granzio, Milena, a lot of authors, I'm sorry.
Yes, it's me. I'm going to present Sebastian.
Okay, Sebastian Granizo. Okay,
Yeah,
thank you.
Excuse me. Hello, Dr. Shua. Before they start, can I ask you something? I was supposed to present in person in the other hall, but they changed it to an online presentation.
Yes, you should connect to the meeting, Zoom meeting of that room.
Yeah, but the Zoom meeting is not working. So because they changed it.
With Trinity. Okay, I will let someone know to send you. So if you go to the website and to the current program, the Zoom links should be updated.
Yeah, but the Zoom meeting, it says it's scheduled for yesterday. So today is supposed to be like an in-person only presentation, but I informed them that they told me that I can join online. So
I'll find the link and send here on chat. That is the link of the other room.
oh, okay. Thank you.
Okay.
Okay, so
yes, you can start. Yes, sorry.
Good morning with everybody. My name is Sebastian Granizo, and due to this work, I can call myself also industrial engineering. Here are my peers too, Maria Gabriela Valdeon and also Belena Iñiguez. And well, the title of this paper is a comparative analysis of vision transformers and convolutional neural networks in cardiac image segmentation. So according to the World Health Organization, approximately a third of all deaths worldwide in 2021 were caused by cardiovascular diseases. And indeed, cardiac image segmentation is crucial for diagnosing and treating heart diseases. However, in the early days, we used to use manual methods that firstly are time consuming and also produces a lot of variability. That's why we started to use artificial intelligence, especially deep learning techniques that improved the precision of early diagnosis and also diagnosis for organs diseases. The common one or the common algorithm is convolutional neural networks, which has its advantages and also is a very robust kind of algorithm. However, it has also some limitations, such as that when the image has some color scale, similar color scales, this algorithm cannot identify them as a pixel at the same similitude. So we are now using vision transformers that also they have shown promises in automating image segmentation. Despite of the success in other medical image tasks, there is a lack of quantitative comparison between these two models in the domain of cardiac MRI segmentation. That's why we want to address the lack of quantitative and statistical comparison between these two models in the domain of cardiac image segmentation by comprehensively comparing the state of the art of the models for cardiac MRI segmentation. So how we did this? First, we have to choose 5 algorithms for CNNs and also 5 algorithms for transformers. And we have chosen them based on proven performance in medical and natural image segmentation, and also because of their availability as an open source code. For the convolutional neural networks, we have UNet, LinkNet, UNet++, DeepLab-V3, DeepLab-V3+, and also we have the transformers for misformer, segformer, SwingUNet, ScaleFormer, and TransUNet. So the approach of the training and also the implementation details is starting with the data. So we avoid the data augmentation for the training to prevent noise-induced variations. Also, the hyperparameters for each of the models were set as the original author's specifications. Also, we use the softmax activation function for the prediction layers for all the architectures. In the case of CNNs, we use the segmentation models PyTorch library, while the vision transformers, we cloned the GitHub repositories. Also, we trained the models for 200 epochs, and we were monitoring the validation performance. And then we test the models using the weights with the highest dice coefficients obtained from the validation set. So here are the specifications of each of the models from convolutional neural networks. I will go fast, and well, we use UNet because it is one of the most common algorithms used for segmentation of images, and also because of their network with skip connections. Also, we have the upgrade of this model, which is UNet++, which use multi-level nested skip connections design. And we use also the ResNet 152 as the encoder. For selecting this encoder, we also review some investigations that take these encoders to select which outperforms for the models. In LinkNet, the main characteristic is that it has a bypass connections to recover spatial information, and we use the ResNet 18 as the encoder. For DeepLab v3, the main characteristic is also an atrocious spatial parameter pooling and bilinear upsampling layers, and we use the ResNet 100 as the encoder. And for DeepLab v3, it's also an upgrade for the last model, and it uses a multi-scale contextual information analysis, and we use also a ResNet 101. Here are the hyperparameters that, as I said before, the authors take. So the main thing is that we have the optimizer here for convolutional neural networks as Adam, and also the loss function that it's the dice loss. Next, we have the bits or the visual transformers, in which we have misformers, which has a context bridge between encoder and decoder, and this helps to detail the information from the image in a long range dependencies. Also, we have the scale former that focus on detail spatial information and long range dependencies. We have the seg former, which uses an MLP as decoder. This MLP, basically, we have the chance to take 8 million parameters up to 80 million parameters. Then the TransUNet, we also have, this is a hybrid model in which the encoder is a convolutional neural network, and the decoder captures the long range dependencies as a transformer. And finally, we have the SwingUNet, which also is a U-shaped encoder-decoder transformer architecture. So now we have here the hyperparameters in which the optimizer changes, as you can see, is SGT, and some have Adam W. And also we have the loss function in which we use dice loss and also cross entropy loss according to the author's specification. In this case, we also use some kind of weights in which the dice coefficient is more than the entropy, the cross entropy loss. So for the database, we use the ACDC which consists of a 4D cardiac sign MRI from 150 patients. The ground truth segmentations, we have the left ventricle cavity, the left ventricle myocardium, and also the right ventricle cavity during the end diastolic and the end systolic phases. In this case, we have 5 medical groups in which one of them was the normal or without diseases or cardiac diseases, and the other has particular diseases. So we have 100 for training, 100 patients for training images, but we have to split them into 90 training images and then 10 for the validation images. we select these 10 images or patients randomly for each medical group. And then we have also 50 testing images for the testing loop. Here's one example of our database. In this case, this is only one slice of the image. And the first one is like the resume of the ground truth. And then second one is the right ventricle. Then we have the left ventricle myocardium. And then we have the left ventricle cavity. So we process the data, the images, we have to take the mode from each. We also have to see which image sizes the model needed. For example, we have some transformers that needed 512 pixels for each axis and also 10 slices. But others, for example, convolutional neural networks needed only 256 pixels for X and Y axis. Then also we needed the spacing for the pre-processing, in which we standardize it for 1.56 millimeters times 1.56 millimeters times 10 millimeters, in which we also use a linear interpolation for medical images and a nearest neighbor interpolation for the ground truth. This is because we could lose some information. Then for the medical images, also we substitute the outliers with the 3 standard deviation values, and we use the min-max pre-processing for standardize all the pixel values between 0 to 1 only for medical images, not for the ground truth. Then we have the evaluation metrics in which we proceed to evaluate our models, in which is the dice coefficient that practically basically measures pixel to pixel similarity between ground truth and predicting segmentation. The ISSD, which measures the average distance between ground truth and predictive segmentation surfaces. Here are our results, in which we have for each kind of group, for example, for right ventricle cavity, for DICE, and also for ASD, in which, for example, we can see that here LinkNet is the best one, and here for ASSD is swing UNet. For left ventricle myocardium, we can see that UNet is the best one, and for left ventricle cavity, LinkNet is the best one. In average, the best one is LinkNet. However, we must do a statistics to know if these means are significantly different from each one. Also, we have the number of parameters of each of the models, and the last one, or the one who doesn't have too much parameters is segformer. Here is one example of all of the models on the testing one, the testing set, in which we have, for example, here LinkNet. The predicted mask is quite similar to the ground truth. However, for example, here in swing UNet, the prediction is not quite good as the ground truth or as LinkNet. So we have a statistical test in which we did a one-way ANOVA to compare the means performance, and we have 2 hypotheses. The first hypothesis, or the null hypothesis, is that there is no significant difference in the performance mean between all the models. And if we reject this hypothesis, we have that at least one of these models has a different performance. Then we have to make a two-case test to identify the pairs of the means, or also to facilitating comparison between these models. So we have the statistical test here, in which there are the results, in which the only one that is equally in all the models is the right ventricle cavity for ASDFS, and the other ones are different, or at least one of the models are different. So in this case, our results are that, for example, for DICE in right ventricle cavity, the ones that are different is misformer, segformer, and swing UNet. Also for left ventricle myocardium, we have that the ones that are apart or perform better is LinkNet, UNet, UNet++, and DeepLab. those are convolutional neural networks. But for mean, we also have like LinkNet was the best, or the outperforms the other models. In the case of ISDD, we say that the right ventricle cavity, all the means are the same. However, for the mean, we have the LinkNet, UNet, and DeepLab V3 Plus are the ones that outperform. In conclusion, automated cardiac image segmentation is crucial for diagnosis, treatment, planning, and prognosis of cardiovascular diseases. In this case, we have found that convolutional neural networks outperform transformers in dice coefficient and also for ASDD and efficiency metrics, with LinkNet showing superior performance in segmenting the right ventricle, the left ventricle, and also the left myocardium. So in future research, we should explore pre-training techniques and pre-trained weights to further compare convolutional neural networks and bits, because we used the models and we didn't fine-tune these models. We trained them from scratch. Thank you, and if you have questions, let me know.
Thank you. Is it short? Short question. Okay.
So your training data was only like 100 samples, and then most of your networks are like ResNet with 100 layers. Those are usually trained on like hundreds of thousands of images or like even millions of images. So I suspect some of them might have kind of like not trained as well because you don't have enough data. They kind of just like overfitted perhaps. Like LinkNet was probably the smallest network that you had. Did you consider maybe that's why it gave you the best result, because your data wasn't as large in general versus your networks being huge compared to it?
Yeah, so for convolutional neural networks, it's proved that we don't need too much data for training these models. Instead, for transformers, we need a lot of data for training these models. So we show, or maybe this is a good hypothesis we can take care for maybe see if it is overfitted, or maybe our models could not predict better, as you told.
Thank you. We will move to the next paper, and further question you should direct directly to the authors. So the next paper is comparison of pre-trained models for optimized transformer-based question answering system. Authors are Tunahan Koksimen and Bichter Das. Okay.
Hi, good morning.
Good morning.
I can share screen.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, we can see this.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Eva. First and foremost, allow me extend my greeting to everyone present. I am genuinely delighted to be part of this conference. This work is supported by Republic of Turkey Ministry Science, Technology and Industry project name AI-based Smart Digital Assistant Customer Dialogue Bot project. The title of our paper is Composition of Pre-trained Models for Optimized Transform-Based Question Answering System. This research project was conducted under the guidance of my supervisor, Professor Bichter Das. I am Master of Student in the Department of Software Engineering at University. I am currently working natural language processing and large language model topics with a focus on pre-trained model. Before delving into the details of our research, I would like to sincerely express my gratitude to the privilege of presenting our findings. and insight at this conference. If we move on the content in our presentation today, I will be covering the follow-up section. Aim of the study, literature review, material and method, experimental result, conclusion. Starting with the aim of the study. First and foremost, our study aim of to delve into evaluation, optimizing of transformers-based models for question answering system with a specific focus on health-related inquiry, utilizing a specialist data test. Extracted from Wikipedia articles, we meticulously examined transformers model, including BERT-based KZ, Electra-based, DeBarta-based, XLM Roberta-based, and distal BERT and Albert based on their F1 score and exact match accuracy, or analyzes relevant notable performance from Electra-based and DeBarta-based, emphasizing in the significance of model equipped with denoising mechanism and distangle attention. This finding underscored both critical role tailored model selection, particularly within health-related content. By comparing various transformers-based model in human response, we aim of our valuable guidance to researcher and selecting most suitable model for developing a dialogue system. Moving on to studies in the literature. In the recent years, researchers and practitioners have been extensively exploring question answering system, particularly focusing leveraging advanced transformers architecture like BERT and GPT. These transforms originally introduced by Vaswani have shown exceptional capabilities in the understanding contextual information semantic relationship within text data. Specifically in the healthcare domain, there has been significant effort to optimize the transformers-based question answer system, better handle nuance of medical information. Previous studies, Trastoni and Morante have highlighted the client chains on biomedical semantic indexing and question answer, laying the groundwork for the future research in this area. Despite advanced challenges such as diverse medical information, price entity recognition persist. Recent innovation like attention mechanism on domain adaptive techniques and aim to tackle this challenge and enhance question answer system performance healthcare. Overall, the literature emphasizes the important transformers architecture and their optimization for domain specific challenges with ongoing efforts to refine question answer system, various domain including healthcare. If move on the material and method section, in the study, our materials and methods entail introduction of tailored transformers-based question answering approach, specific dataset. This dataset has been subjected both question generation and answer creating process subsequently. Question answer dataset generated previously undergoes fine-tune process or a customized question answer approach, leaving various transformers-based models. These models encoded BERT-based, KZ Electra, DeBarta-based, XLM Roberta-based, and distal BERT-based. Through a comparative analysis was determined the model that exhibits the most optimal performance in dataset section. Our experimental application, we utilizing a dataset derived from a standard question answering dataset, SQUAD, created by Stanford University. This dataset comprehensive over 100,000 questions generated by crowd workers from Wikipedia articles. Each question answer text segment extracted relevant reading passage. For our study, we allocate 80% of our data training purpose and reserved 20% for testing. On the site, you can see example content from dataset. And in our proposed question answer system, several case steps are involved. Its architecture and training process. Once we have completed in the data collection phase, we move on to question generation and data analyzing. During the phase, we meticulously craft a diverse set of representative questions covering various topics and products. We classify the dataset and formulate specific queries based on categorized data. To enhance to contextual alignment question, we utilize knowledge graph as structure. Model representation interconnected data to create meaningful relationship. This helpful us generate richer and contextually aligned question. Moving on to answer generation. This process contribute or labeling the data for answer generation, ensuring production to reliable and accurate answer. Next, we partition the question answer data training, testing, and validation sets for model training. Validation process are critical for training, testing, and validation sets like question answer system. In the final section of our study, we conduct a critical fine-tuning process on the customized question answer dataset, enhance the performance of our proposed question answer system. The objective here is the update of parameters of the pre-trained model in dataset specific manner, aiming to achieve tailored and optimized question answer model. In our elevation transforms models for customized question answering, we assess to performance various model. The transforms model utilized our experiment include BERT-based case, Electra-based, Distelbert case, Deberta, XLM Roberta-based, and Albert-based. Let's dive into each model. BERT-based, bidirectional encoder representation from transformers. Electra-based, a fancy learning encoder that classify token replements. But with Delbert-based deionizing encode but with distant attention. XLM based a cross-lingual language model, Roberta-based, Distelbert, and Alidelbert. If we delve into each metric shown in the table next to it, num attention, this parameter determines the number attention hits in the model attention mechanism, enable it to focus on the specific feature and capture relation information. Num hidden layers, it signifies the deep model by indicating the number hidden layers. Deeper models can learn interrupted pattern, but this comes at the cost increased computational power. Hidden act, the activation function such as Gelo pivotal transforms the output of hidden layers, and hidden dropout probability, the technique employed to prevent overfitting during training by randomly deactivated neurons. This parameter defines the percent of neurons that are deactivity contributing this model generation ability. Hidden size, this parameter, a specific number of neurons each hidden layer. Larger size employ more parameters leading to increased learning capacity, ability to capture incorrect patterns in the data. Max position embedding, it denotes the maximum number position embedding assigned to model representing the position of words for item sequence. This critical for understanding the SQL content, the input. Also layer norm apps. This is epsilon value used a layer normalization layer. Layer normalization helps normalize the distribution of activation in a model. The epsilon value used prevent division by zero error. Also intermediate size. The size, the inner layers transforms model.
Maybe go to the results.
Okay. One minute. Conclusion. In conclusion, our study delved into optimization of transformers-based model for health-related question answering, utilizing a customer's dataset derived from Wikipedia article. We evaluated diverse set of transformers models, BERT-based, Electra-based, XLM Roberta-based, Distelbert-based, Albert-based, relieving varying performance terms F1 scores and exact accuracy or experimental result underscore the importance of selecting appropriate transforms model tailored specific domain requirement. Notability, Electra-based, Deverta-based exhibit good performance, highlighting in potential benefits of model designed with the denoising mechanism and disentangled attention looking ahead. Future research direction could explore further optimization for health dataset, taking into account the unique challenges posed by medical information extraction and question answer. Fine-tuning strategies, specific health-related content may contribute enhanced model performance and accuracy. Future research in field question answering system focus fine-tune techniques, specific email, tailored health dataset by advancing capability transformers-based model in medical domain. We researchers and practitioners can address the unique challenges at requirement healthcare-related increase more effectivity. This insight can offer valuable guidance for deploying transformers-based model question answering system, ensuring that might meet specific needs consideration of the medical domain. Overall, our study contributes valuable insight for practitioners and researchers in the field of natural language processing, particularly those deploying question answering system in the health domain. The finding underscore the significance of the TOEFL model selection and customization for optimal performance, paving the way advancement transforms-based question answer system. With that, I conclude my presentation, extend my gratitude to your attention. Thank you so much. Thank you very much for listening to me.
Thank you. Are there any questions? So you were just using transformer models. You didn't compare with the convolutional neural networks like previous work, previous paper presented here. Okay. Did you hear me?
Yes. Can I repeat again?
Just you didn't use convolutional neural network to try and compare with transformer models, just transformers.
Yes, I used just transformers model, Electra-based, Distelbert, also others.
Okay. Any other questions?
Have you tried like base large language models, maybe like those pre-trained ones, and see if those work better?
Can you repeat again? My connection is.
Have you tried like kind of like base models, like I don't know, Mixtral or like Llama, those kind of like recently published pre-trained large language models, and see if they could be better at the task?
Electra-based, because actually emphasizing the potential benefits of model designed with Dionistic mechanism and disentangled attention. Electra-based model.
Okay, thank you. We'll move to the next paper titled Enhanced UAV Security, Optimizing Accuracy and Efficiency with MCBCE Feature Selection. Tomoit Ghosh and Shanavez Sakib.
Yeah, I mean, I think you got it, yeah. So I'm gonna present this paper. So I'll go ahead and share my screen. Okay. Can everyone see my desktop?
Yes.
Okay. Okay, thank you, the organizing committee, for accepting the paper and giving me the opportunity to present my work today. So my name is Tamajit Ghosh. I'm the assistant professor here at University of Tennessee at Chattanooga. And this is a collaborative work with my colleague Shahnawaz Karim Shakib. So the title of our paper is Enhanced UAV Security, Optimizing Accuracy and Efficiency with MSBCE Feature Selection. So first, let's talk about the motivation, why we motivated for this work. So we all know that UAV, that is the unmanned aerial vehicle, it has grown to be a very big consumer market. If you go to any park, you will see that kids are flying their drones. Those are basically UAVs, and UAVs are also used for commercial purposes, for delivery and stuff, for all those things. But at the same time, UAVs are also very vulnerable to intrusion. So some people with some intention, they can hack into your UAV and they can take the full control and do some, kind of malicious work, which could be some, bad for public health, for public security, and also for individual privacy. So in the literature, much work has been proposed to detect the intrusion signals, which are emitted, to detect the intrusion. And this is generally done by the signal which is emitted from the, UAV data. And generally, for these purposes, the land or the Wi-Fi signals are used. So in this work, we proposed a sparsity-based novel approach to detect unauthorized threats. Okay, now this is the kind of novelty, the summary of the novelty. So we applied the masked sparse bottleneck center encoder, which is a very recently published neural network-based feature selection technique. And we are able to detect extremely small number of features, merely 1 and 2 from 5, publicly available UAV datasets. And then we try to predict the test samples using those, features, and we got very high accuracy, almost like 100%, across those 5 datasets. Now, our result is also kind of, tested using different, classifier, for example, SVM, KNN, and also an artificial neural network. And this actually shows that those selected features, by MSBCE is kind of, very useful for a wide variety of, diverse, classifiers. And this breakthrough kind of results that you can actually detect or detect the threats on UAVs using very small number of features can promote a very faster runtime prediction, and it also kind of promotes kind of reduce resource in terms of CPU usage and in terms of memory usage on smaller devices. Okay, so now let's talk about a little bit what is this masked sparse bottleneck center encoder. So let's say that we have a data set X, which is labeled, and in this data set we have M classes. Now CJ denotes one class, and IJ is the index for a jth class. So IJ basically means which sample belongs to which class. Small CJ is the kind of the centroid of the class big CJ. And then we have the nonlinear map F. It's the composition of 2 map G, which is the encoder, H is the encoder. So we have kind of encoder and then decoder, which is basically a neural network, and using this neural network, we are kind of formulating our, optimization algorithm. So this is the overall optimization algorithm, which has 4 parts. So the first part, that the C1, it is basically the masked output. And this is being calculated on the output layer of the model. Then I have the second term C2, which I'm calculating on the bottleneck layer or on the encoder of the network. So second term basically caters to the intra-class variance. Okay, so basically this term, if we minimize this term, we're kind of making the, all the samples of a class coming very close to each other so that we have very tighter clusters, for each class. And the C3 term, which kinds of, push all the, classes in the low dimensional space as far as possible. And then the last term C4 is a sparsity promoting term, which kind of does the actual feature selection. So overall, we have, if we merge or if we kind of add all these terms, C1 to C4, we get our original, optimization, where theta is the model parameter and theta spell is the parameter for the feature selection layer. So here, I'm just giving you a kind of, a pictorial overview of the model. So the green layer, it is the sparse layer. The feature selection is going on here. So as you can see that I'm minimizing a elastic net kind of penalty. So that kinds of, drives lots of the weights of the input feature to 0, and therefore you can ignore those features. Okay. And in the bottleneck layer, as you mentioned, we are optimizing, minimizing 2 term, and the output layer, we are minimizing the masked, centroid encoder loss. Okay, so this is the MSBC algorithm, which I'm gonna skip. If you have any question, I can come back later. Now let's talk about the data sets. So I used this model, the feature selection model, on the 5 real world intrusion detection data sets. These data sets are originally created by the George Mason University, and you can also download this data. And this data is collected from the from the network traffic of wide area network. And the author, they generally use the packet size and the inter-packet arrival time to calculate, 9 different statistical, features, for example, mean, median, MAT, and something like that. And in some data sets, they use, a bidirectional traffic. That means incoming traffic, outgoing traffic, and all traffic. So for example, for the first 3 data set, they consider all the 3 traffics. And in the second 2 data sets, they only consider the 2 traffics. Okay. So these are the number of features. So in this column, so in most of the data set, but in the first 3 data set, I have the number of features are 54, and for the last 2, I have 18, and the last column kind of gives you the total number of samples in this data. Okay, so in using these data sets, I ran my feature selection, and here I'm just showing you the feature selection result of the MSBCE on the first data set, which is the Parrot-Weber bidirectional data. Okay, so remember this data set had 54 features. Once I trained my model, then what I did, I just plot the absolute value of the feature selection layer in the descending order. And you can easily see that my model kind of, throw away or makes a lot of these features very close to 0. Okay, and it only kind of pick 1 features which has relatively high weight, absolute weight. Okay, so for this data set, my model picked only 1 feature. Now the question is, so before I go into further, I have observed the similar kind of pattern for all the 5 data sets. And one more thing to trace, that if I run my model multiple number of times, let's say 10 times, it is always the same feature that my model picks. Okay, so that means my model is kind of robust. It is not picking 10 different features over 10 different runs. Now the next question is whether this particular feature is useful to predict my test samples. Okay, now how I can do that? So this is kind of the experimental protocol. So I split my data into training and test into an 8:20 ratio. Then I ran my MSBCE algorithm, feature selection algorithm, on the training set to extract the features. Then what I did, I restrict my training and test set to those selected features. Okay, so my original data set had 54 features. So now then I'm restricting both my training and test partition into those selected features. In this case, it is just 1 feature. Okay, now I train 3 different classification model, SVM, KNN, and artificial neural network on this restricted feature set using the training samples. Okay, once I train my model, then I am predicting the test samples. Then I repeat these steps 10 different times, and I'm reporting the average accuracy. Okay, so this is the result. So you can see that. So using that selected features, okay, we got better accuracy using SVM. It is not surprising because SVM is a linear model which tends to less overfit the data. And I also see that the KNN also has very good accuracy as well as the ANN. And on the right-hand side, I'm showing you the results, the classification accuracy on the test data set using all the features. Now you see that now when I'm using all the features, I'm using for the first data set, I am using 54 features, and the last two data set, I'm using 18 features, okay? And compared to this accuracy, my accuracy using the selected feature, in most of the cases, my model picked one, and the couple of cases, my model picked two features. So these results are pretty much comparable. So that means the features which my feature selection model selected are very informative in terms of predicting the UAV threat test samples. Okay, now here it is the kind of further proof that why I am getting such a high accuracy. So what I did, I just took that particular that particular feature, which is to be the minimum interpacket arrival time, and then I just plot the two classes, that is the threat classes and the normal classes, and you can see that two classes are very nicely separated. Okay, so that means my model picked the features which are highly discriminatory. So this kind of visualization gives me the proof that why all the three models like ANN, KNN, and SBM performed significantly better on the unseen test samples, because this feature is able to split the data completely. And remember, this plot is made on the test samples. Okay, now in conclusion, so we have showcased that the effectiveness of our feature selection tool, which is a masked sparse bottleneck central encoder, MSBC, for the application of intrusion detection. And the selected features, as you can see from the result, demonstrated very robust generalization performance on the test samples. But at the same time, I must stress that because my model are picking very less number of samples, so in the test time, in the test time, my model will be very fast to predict or to correctly classify the intrusion signal from the original Wi-Fi data. And we think that integrating these UAV features present a very promising opportunity for the real world application across various industries. So with that, I'm going to stop, and if you have any further question, please email me. So my email address is tomujit then _ghosh@utc.edu. If you want to use my code, just drop me an email. I'll also share my code. I think that's all from my side.
Thank you. Any questions from the audience here or online? I'm just wondering, you said that support vector machine is linear model. That means that you use the linear kernel?
So for classification using SBM, I use linear kernel, yes.
Okay. Did you try the others?
No, I did not. So, I mean, I use KNN and I also use ANN, but for ANN, I use ReLU. So I did not use any nonlinear, techniques.
Okay, thank you.
Welcome.
Okay, so we'll move to the next paper, which is test encryption using audio with multiple chaotic maps. Ayushman Sain, Kurunandan Jain.
Hello.
Hello.
Is the screen visible?
Yes.
Thank you for the information. Good morning, everyone. I am Ayushman Singh, and this is a paper under the guidance of my professor, Kurunandan Jain. Title of the paper is Text Encryption Using Audio with Multiple Chaotic Maps. So first we'll dwell into the realm of post-quantum cryptography. We are closing to a realm or a world where quantum computing is becoming more and more relevant. There is much research put into quantum computing. So ideally, what is quantum computing? So in quantum computing, if I give a very simple idea, a very simplistic idea with comparison to my normal system, it has a much higher processing power. That's all I would like to say. So yeah, so the thing is, currently all our cryptography standards are based on maths such as RSA, AES, etc. They just rely on the fact that our computers cannot compute all the algorithms or the mathematical equations provided. But what if a computer with such a high processing power is developed that it can actually break through all of these encryption standards? At that time, all of these standards will be rendered useless. So that is why there is a need of post-quantum cryptography. So for post-quantum cryptography, there are many algorithms that are being developed nowadays, and it has been a hot topic. So the most common ones are like lattice-based, code-based, hash-based, and multivariate polynomial cryptography. Today, we are going to look into chaotic maps. So two chaotic maps were used to increase the randomness. Now, a chaotic map is simply a mathematical equation which for a given range or for a certain range will give random outputs. So if our input for that particular lies within that particular range, what will happen is the output will be unpredictable, not only by a computer, but also for a human being. That is a fact that we'll be using for cryptography. Since no one can predict what the output is going to be, a computer cannot calculate, even if it has a very high processing power. Now, the two which I have chosen for this paper are 2D Baker's map with a slight modification, as we can see on the screen. This is the Baker's map equations that are being used in my paper, or as I said, in the algorithm that I have developed. And I have also used 2D logistic map. To be specific, this is a sign coupled 2D logistic map. So these two equations were used for encryption or development of the encryption algorithm, which is being discussed in this paper. So this is the proposed system. As the title suggests, we are working with audio. Why audio? So audio is random for every person. Throughout this meeting, one thing that we have noticed is every speaker had a different voice. Not only the texture of the voice, the loudness, the speed, the quality of the audio, everything differs, not only because of the difference in the person, but also because of the equipment used. So audio can be a factor which is truly random. If we are able to classify or find factors out of this audio, or as written parameters, if we are able to extract some parameters out of these the audios, the parameters would be truly random person to person. That is why audio has been selected. Now what we are going to do is we'll read some parameters. Namely, we are using multiple types of amplitudes, like the minimum, maximum, and the standard deviation of the amplitude, and the ZCC rate. So, and then what we are going to do is these parameters are being given to the chaotic maps. No two chaotic maps use the same parameters, so there is no chance for them to have the same output, which again is a very secure thing for us. Then we have a plain text. So as the flowchart suggests, the plain text is being XORed with whatever the output the 2D Baker's map gave. All of the output given by these chaotic maps are being put in the form of a matrix. The plain text is also converted into ASCII format and then turned into a matrix, so that all the mathematical functions or operations performed upon them is much easier in execution, not only for the computer but also for our understanding. So two matrices, one is the output of 2D Baker's map, which is also circle shifted, is solved against the plain text. The matrix output of 2D logistic map is then added with the matrix here, and then every element of the matrix is calculated modulo 256. Then again, we are using the 2D Baker's map to increase or introduce more diffusion into it. The output matrix is again circle shifted and XORed against the matrix, and which will present us our final ciphertext. So due to multiple uses of chaotic maps with different degrees of parameters and certain processing over those parameters as well. What we are doing is we are trying to create something which is truly random. These parameters are being created to be truly random, and randomness cannot be calculated, right? That is what our system is trying to do. Then what is the need for the proposed system? Now, if we look into all of the past works until now, most of them have been on images. Now, question may arise among most of the participants that what is the relation between major works being on images and why a need for a text-based encryption system has arisen. Now, if we imagine a scenario where a quantum computer is developed and available for everyone, the first thing that will take a hit would be our texts. Texts are widely available over the internet, which is an insecure channel. Now, since being an insecure channel, anyone and everyone can read those texts, though being in encrypted form, which is how we feel safe. But as I said earlier, the quantum computers can break our currently existing encryption algorithms. So what will happen is basically we are providing them a free access to all of our text. Now, usually whatever important conversation that we have to relay, be it an email, an official email, or be it a text over WhatsApp or some, or a text over any other texting software or an application. So all of these texts would be the first to take a hit, not the images. Most of the images are actually, most of the works are actually based on medical images, to be specific. So medical images are, as I would suggest, something that will take a hit much later, and text are something that are more vulnerable. Then, as I said earlier, higher need for text encryption systems. Since diving further into this topic, we will see that there are little to no text encryption standards for post-quantum cryptography. Chaotic maps enable us an ease for quantum safe encryption systems, as I have been explaining until now, and the need for random key generation and overall ease of use. So these are the simulation results and analysis for the encryption system. This is the NIST test suite result. So the NIST test suite is basically a standard for all the encryption, for all the post-quantum cryptography encryption algorithms. And this consists of a set of 16 tests, as we can see here. So here we can see all the name or the type of the test, the p-value, and based on the p-values, derive the conclusions. So as we can see, it's random for almost every test except for 3. Even though it failed 3 tests, but according to NIST and other major sources and research papers, even the truly random, even if we are able to develop a truly random encryption scheme or a truly random equation, it is more likely to fail at least 1 or 2 tests. So we are still in the green zone and it doesn't bother us much. But still, further need for cryptanalysis is needed, which is also included in the future works, as I will state in a few minutes. Then here we are looking into some performance analysis. First, we're looking into the average throughput of the encryption. That is how much data or bytes of data is being encrypted per second. So for this, we did multiple test cases. So we are working with 16,384 bits, 8,192 bits, 4,096 bits, 2,048 bits, 1,024 bits, and 512 bits. So as we can see, as we progress down, the average throughput decreases, which is a very likely thing to happen since we are reducing the number of bits. But the number in itself is actually a great number. Then again, average end-to-end encryption time, how much time it takes to encrypt and decrypt. That is what is meant by end-to-end. We can see that even 16,384 bits will take only 0.02 seconds approximately, which is a good enough time for our encryption systems to work. And considering the security standards as well, it is a very good result. Then the average end-to-end encryption memory. In encryption, we don't not only have to take care of the time, but also how much memory or how much memory consumption is done by the CPU. So here we can see, since it is average, 16,000 bits will take almost 0.5 or 0.6 MBs, which currently our systems are very easily able to handle, be it our mobile phones or be it our laptops. Then we are talking about the tests it failed. So as I said earlier, it's 3 tests in our case, but on average it will fail 4 tests, which is the discrete Fourier transformation, the Morer's universal statistical test, linear complexity test, and the serial test. Future works in this field, as I said, would be an in-depth study of audio quality and its effects. The thing is, since we are using audio for finding the parameters of our chaotic maps, so the thing is, the more detail or the more to the point our parameters will be, the better results we'll get. So we need a much further study in not only our encryption scheme, but also in the audio quality and the effects that it will have on our encryption. Then testing under real life scenarios. Here we have been using only a single audio file, but we need to generate more test cases to for us to be sure that how good our encryption scheme actually is, which is what we're going to be doing in our future works. And further cryptanalysis is required so that we can understand that not only randomness, currently what we have looked into, the NIST test suite, as we have seen in the slide, the NIST test suite is only used for finding the randomness or just an indicator of how random an algorithm actually is. But for encryption schemes, not only randomness, but also there are many other threats that may arise. So that's why further cryptanalysis is also required, which is included in the future works. Thank you very much for patiently listening to me. And this is my contact info. So any questions may be sent to me via.
It's a long email address. Thank you. Are there any questions? Okay. I will point you toward the author for the questions. We have to speed up a little bit. I'm so sorry. So the questions should go directly to your email address, or you can continue chatting in chat. So we'll move to the next paper, which is a comparison between transformers and foundation models in sentiment analysis of student evaluation of teaching. Authors are Ines Micaela Vega, Jose Valencia, Angela Arcos, Denny Navarrete, Maria Baldeon Calisto.
Hi everyone, I am going to share my screen. Can you see it now?
Yes.
Okay. Hello everyone. I am thankful for being here and for the opportunity to present our research called A Comparison Between Transformers and Foundation Models in Sentiment Analysis of Student Evaluation of Teaching. The authors are the following: Jose Valencia, Angel Arcos, Dani Navarrete, and Maria Baldeón Calisto. And my name is Micaela Vega, and we are part of Universidad San Francisco de Quito. So first, as an introduction, I am going to be presenting some key concepts. The first one is sentiment analysis, or SA, that could be defined as the field of study that analyzes written texts in which individuals things. These techniques classify text into generally 3 categories, like negative, positive, or neutral. Sentiment analysis, it is helpful because transform unstructured data into a structured format, providing helpful insights. And this is why it has wide applicability in various areas like market research, identify users' opinions, and a lot of other things. So in recent years, this technique has gained significant traction in the field of education. This search is particularly notable in the context of student evaluation of teaching, or SET, within higher education institutions. Generally, SET is used after the end of a course as an evaluation tool for students to express their comments towards the structure. However, a challenge with evaluation methods that are qualitative, such as the open-ended questions included in SET questionnaires, is that the analysis must be performed manually. So these require people to read and classify each of these comments, and this is time-consuming. This is why sentiment analysis emerges as a powerful tool that can automate this process. Therefore, there are various techniques that have been developed for sentiment analysis, broadly categorized as lexicon-based approach. That is basically a method that employs a sentiment lexicon consisting of words and their respective polarities. And here are some examples. Then we have machine learning approaches and hybrid approaches. All of these examples could be considered as the traditional techniques for sentiment analysis that have been used in similar studies. However, for this research, we are going to be using state-of-the-art models that in this case are transformers models and foundation models. So recently, transformers models have emerged as one of the most widely used methods for natural language processing due to their impressive performance in various tasks. This model revolutionized the field by leveraging attention mechanism. This mechanism focus on specific parts of the input sequence and enables to capture of intricate associations between words and their context. This is also important because this enables the model to weight the importance of different parts of the input sequence. Now, on the other side, we have foundation models that also in recent years have garnered significant attention for their role in automating various text analysis tasks. They are powered by large language models, and their principal characteristic is their generative nature that excel in predicting and generating content through interaction with users via text-based dialogues. Once the key concepts have been reviewed, the study's object is to conduct a comparative analysis of sentiment analysis on a student evaluation of teaching between 3 transformer networks and 3 foundation models on a data set from an Ecuadorian university. So our goal is to select the most accurate model for future applications and implementations in the university. In the first place, we have the transformers. These transformers architectures that we selected for comparison in this study include BERT-based, Roberta, and Dieselbert. BERT stands for bidirectional encoder representations from transformers. And this one aims to overcome the limitations that maybe other machine learning algorithms may have in the past, with the 2 methods, the mask language model and the next sentence prediction. The pre-training of this model involved 2 extensive datasets, the book corpus and the Wikipedia. Next one, we have Roberta, that means robustly optimized BERT pre-training approach. That is different from BERT because it eliminates the NSP objective. It's training on longer sequences and utilizes longer training time. This is why it is called robustly. And there are 3 additional datasets, TC News, Open Web Text, and Stories. Finally, we have Dieselbert, that it is a distilled version of BERT. And the base architecture is BERT, but it removes token type embeddings and the pooler. However, it retains 97% of BERT's language understanding capabilities, and in this case, it's trained in a multilingual dataset. Here we have the hyperparameters that we use for training all of these transformers models. We use the same values, and these values were selected by literature review and experimentation. Now we have the foundation models. The first one is ChatGPT-4, that stands for Generative Pre-trained Transformer, and it's rooted in OpenAI's Generative Pre-trained Transformer language. Then we have Google Bard, that today is also known as Gemini, and it's built on the Pathways Language Model 2, or PaLM 2. And finally, Bing AI, or Bing Chat, that is integrated AI within Microsoft Bing's search engine and Edge browser. So the main difference you don't need to fine-tune them or retrain them. So they operate solely based on the input prompt. The prompt is defined as a set of instructions provided by us, the users, that help custom program a large language model, but enhancing its capabilities. So we apply prompt engineering for these models, and we opted for diffusion learning to generalize effectively with a limited number of training examples. So we have here the prompt, and in the first part, we give the chat the examples of the comments with each category, and then we told the chat to perform a sentiment analysis based on these examples. Now, talking about the database and the pre-processing, the database used in this study was provided by Department of Continuous Improvement at Universidad of San Francisco de Quito. It was about 6,000 Spanish comments of 6 academic periods, and the university administrative staff manually classified each of these comments as either positive, neutral, or negative. And then for fine-tuning the transformers models that I have mentioned before, we divide the database into train, validation, and test set. For the pre-processing, this is an important part because there could be some things that could not add values to the sentence or maybe add complexity to the problem. So the first step is the stop word removal. Stop words are non-semantic divisions of natural language, such as prepositions, articles, and conjunctions. So we remove that. Then we have the abbreviations correction. So we give like a dictionary of the abbreviations and their meaning. And finally, a special character and punctuation mark elimination because it just adds noise to the model. So here we have our results. The accuracy and F1 score are the metrics selected for assessing the performance of these models. And as you can observe in this table, the Silbert model leads in both accuracy and F1 score, while Google Bard achieves the highest performance among the foundation models. So now let's go to the discussion section. The first thing that I want to talk about is the ChatGPT-4 performance, because it is not worthy the unexpected low performance. We have like 33% of accuracy. And it is unexpected given its widespread recognition as a powerful tool for various NLP tasks. And it has demonstrated superior performance over ChatGPT 3.5, Bing, and Bard in text classification tasks like sentiment analysis or new fact checking. So this one could be attributed to the language, dialect, and cultural biases presented in the data set, as these factors can significantly influence inference outcomes. Another thing that I want to discuss about is given the ever-evolving landscape of technology, it is crucial to assess both the advantages and limitations of foundations and transformer models. So for transformer, one important limitation is the suitable computational hardware, because this kind of models typically need high-performance CPUs or GPUs, because transformers involve complex computations and large amounts of matrix multiplications. Also, the dependency on the quality and relevance on the training data. But one important advantage of transformers models is the flexibility to train on proprietary data, for enhanced domain-specific performance, that in this case is education. Now, on the other side, for the foundation models, one important limitation is the input and the usage restrictions, because there are a number of questions and number of characters restriction that we have in these chats. And also the data security concern when using confidential information. And one advantage is that the updates are automated, so there's no need to retrain or fine-tuning again these models. Finally, to the conclusions, I want to highlight the importance of SET because it serves as a crucial tool in maintaining high quality education because it offers feedback, offering feedback mechanism that enhances teaching practices where educators can adapt to student needs. And this is where sentiment analysis can further facilitate and deepen the understanding of student sentiments and perceptions towards structures and courses, and also towards the university in general. And as we could see in the results, Transformers models outperform foundation models, with Distilbert emerging as the top performer with an accuracy of 84.9%. And finally, future research endeavors could delve into more detailed analysis, such as aspect-based analysis, that this one is a fine-grained analysis, and it could depend if the organization needs it or not. Thank you so much for your attention. If you have any questions, you can let me know.
Thank you. Are there any immediate questions? If not, we will move to the next paper and you can continue discussions in chat. You can leave your informations also in chat. Thank you. And we will move to the next paper, which is image forgery detection using convolutional neural networks. Ayesh Mipagamitej, Suman Rat, you're here? Okay.
Yep.
Please pronounce your name correctly and you can start presenting.
Yeah, sure.
Please keep it under 10 minutes.
Can you see my screen?
Yes, thank you.
Hi all, I'm Ayesh Mipagamitej and I'm presenting my paper, Image Forgery Detection using Convolutional Neural Networks. What is image forgery? Image forgery is changing images to create a false representation of reality with the intention of misleading viewers. There are several ways that we can do image forgery, including splicing, cloning, retouching, and deepfakes. Splicing in image forgery means combining parts from one or more images to create a new forged image. It includes faces, objects, and sometimes even entire backgrounds. So in this image, like A and B are original images, and they are spliced together to make the forged image C. Cloning is copying specific areas in an image and paste them somewhere else in the image to hide unwanted elements. And in this figure, the left image is like original image and the right one is the clone one. And retouching means removing imperfections and enhancing features in an image. And it is mainly used in images of faces to make people look younger. In this image A is the original and B is the retouched image. And deepfake use deep learning models to create seamlessly realistic images or videos where people are doing things that they have never done. This image is an example for that. Again, like A is left image is the original and right one is the deepfake image. And there are several ways to detect these forged images, including image analysis, metadata analysis, watermarking, and deep learning. Image analysis is a popular type of image forgery detection, and this image analysis focuses on inconsistencies of colors, analyzing noises, and analyzing statistical properties of the image to detect forgeries. Analyzing inconsistencies in color distribution between different parts of an image is one of the most popular ways to detect forged images. And analyzing noise patterns among different areas of an image might also reveal forged areas of an image. And analyzing statistical analysis also might reveal forged images. Metadata analysis is another method that can be used to detect forged images. Discrepancies of metadata such as timestamps and camera models might reveal these forgeries. Watermarking is another popular technique that is used to protect images from forgery and detect forged images. In this method, a watermark is embedded into an image during its creation through various methods, and later we can check whether the image was modified by comparing the original watermark with the current watermark. These three are some of the methods that we can embed watermark. In spatial domain, the pixel values of images are modified in a specific pattern to add the watermark to the image. Frequency domain works by adding the watermark to the frequency of the image. In spread spectrum, the information of the watermark is spread throughout the whole image. And with the improvement in artificial intelligence domain, deep learning models have become the state-of-the-art method for detecting forged images. Several types of deep learning models can be used for image forgery detection, such as convolutional neural networks, generative adversarial networks, and Siamese networks. CNNs have obtained impressive results in many image processing related domains, and due to its ability to focus on complex patterns in images, CNNs are a good choice for image forgery detection. GANs consist of two networks, a generator and a discriminator, and these two networks compete with each other to make a model that can detect forgeries easily. The generator tries to create a realistic forged image, while the discriminator attempts to detect the forged images. And then this happens for several cycles, and the final output is a high-performing model that can detect even subtle forgeries. In Siamese network, it consists of two identical subnetworks operated by comparing these images. And as the input, we have to keep pairs of images. And some of these pairs are similar and some of these pairs are different. Then the network calculates the similarity between these images and identify the forged images. An objective of our paper is demonstrate the effectiveness of convolutional neural network models on image forgery detection and evaluate which CNN models are best suited for this task. And these are the scope of improvement in our paper. Traditional methods depend on expert knowledge and domain-specific techniques, but our deep learning models are much better for this task. And the convolutional neural network models that we used for this paper are faster than many other deep learning methods, including GANs. And it is efficient than other deep learning methods, including Siamese networks. And in CNN, pre-trained weights on large datasets generalize well on image forgery detection, and deep architectures that we use in this research, such as ResNet, helps to identify complex patterns. And in digital forensics wise, this will help to authenticate evidence in court and investigate fake news. Was our model architecture. First, we have collected data and labeled as authentic and forged, and then developed the model and trained, tested, and evaluated. And as the dataset, we have used the dataset from a Kaggle challenge, which had 6,500 authentic and 6,500 forged images. And then we divided it 80%, 10%, and 10% in training, validation, and testing. And our training images included 10,400 images, validation 1,300 images, and test images 1,300 images. All of these classes, all of these training, validation, and test images had equal amount of authentic and forged images. And as the hyperparameters, we used 100 epochs, batch size of 16, and Adam optimizer. And as the learning rate, we have used a dynamic learning rate. We started with learning rate of 0.01. And if the performance didn't improve within 10 epochs, we have decreased it by a factor of 10. And then we have also used some early stopping with the patient limit of 20. That means if our results didn't improve for 20 epochs, we stop training. And all of our models are pre-trained on ImageNet, and the top we use trans-learning, so top 70% of layers were frozen. And as the evolution matrices, we used accuracy, precision, recall, specificity, and F1 score. These are the results that we obtained. We obtained the highest accuracy, sensitivity, and F1 score when we use ResNet 101 model with an accuracy of 93.46, sensitivity of 92.10, and F1 score of 93.57. But higher specificity was obtained when we used ResNet 50 wide model. And highest precision, we actually obtained 100% precision when we use VGG19, but that model obtained 0% specificity. The reason for that was like VGG19 model predicted all the images as authentic. So it obtained 100% precision, but 0% specificity. And one other thing that we can notice is all the ResNet models perform better than VGG models in here. This is the confusion matrix we obtained. So as I said previously, VGG19 model predicted everything as authentic. And when we use ResNet 101, it predicted 618 out of 650 authentic images properly and 597 out of 650 forged images properly. These are our conclusions. Good results can be obtained for image forgery detection using CNN models, and ResNet models perform significantly better than VGG models. And as the future work, we plan to check the performance with more data sets and more CNN models such as AlexNet, GoogleNet, and etc. And also we plan to compare the performance with GANs and CMS model, including the time complexity. To conclude, our research was evaluating whether we can properly use CNN models to detect forged images and which CNN models work better. And for that, we have used a dataset of 13,000 images, and our results tell us that CNN models can properly do that, and ResNet model, specifically ResNet 101 model, is the best suited one for this. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any questions? So is there any specific reason you chose these CNN models, or it is just the most used ones?
They are the most used one, specifically ResNet 10 and VGG are the most used one. I was also checking of GoogleNet, but like couldn't finish it on time. So like
Yeah.
I put it as the future.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
And we have the last paper of the session is feature selection using Pearson correlation with lasso regression for intrusion detection systems. Ivan Putro and Tohari Ahmad.
Yep.
Hello. Okay.
Okay, can you see my presentation?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for the opportunity today. I'd like to present my paper that I, together with my supervisor, Professor Tohari Ahmad. My name is Iwan. I'm currently a lecturer at Electrical Engineering Department, Petra Christian University, Surabaya, Indonesia. The title of my paper is Feature Selection Using Pearson Correlation with Lasso Regression for Intrusion Detection System. So this is quite a quick introduction. The network connected to the internet are vulnerable for being the object of malicious packet attacks. On the other hand, internet user awareness of network security and protecting is still lacking. Therefore, a mechanism is needed to protect the internet network and its vital information. I would like to draw your attention to this report of cost of cybercrime in 2023. The average cost of a data breach to small business can range from $120,000 to 1.24 billion. I would like to draw your attention to that the cybercrime attack is not only targeting the big business, but also now they are start to target the small business as well. As such, this has become our motivational for this study. This is the related works. More extensive literature review, you can find it in our paper. So our point is we would like to use feature selection in Essential to reduce feature dimensionality and get a better accuracy and prediction. First, our literature review is from Nur Rahmah and Ahmad. It was presented last year in this conference as well. It is proposing a feature selection method that combine a statistical method, the C-square test, with cross-validation for the IDS. These three related works, all of them using the same dataset. This is the UNSW NP15 dataset. This is the methodology of our studies. First of all, we took the dataset from UNSW NP15 dataset, and then we are conducting the data processing. We drop incompatible feature with ML technique. We remove the missing values, and then this is the bread and butter, the proposed method. We combine the Pearson correlation and the lasso regression for the feature selection. So this is kind of like hybrid feature selection. After that, we put it on the classifier, and then we are making evaluation. So the dataset is probably most of you know this dataset because this is a famous dataset and has been using extensively in many studies. This dataset comprises 49 target features and considers imbalanced dataset. And then for the experiment, we choose the UNSW NP15 3.csv. Then we split the dataset for training and testing into 70 and 30%. This is just a glimpse of our experiment environment. We use the Windows 11 operating system, Python 3, and several machine learning library, Pandas, NumPy, Matplotlib, Seaborn, and sklearn. And then this is the PC that we are using use in our experiment. So now, as a result of our experiment, first we select the feature from the dataset. We compare this with previous studies. This is the rule-based PSO, and then the previous studies that also being presented in this conference last year. So the number of feature, we are dropping from 49 feature into 13, into 14 features. Then we put it into the machine learning classifier. We evaluate the IDS model. We use KNF, decision tree, SVM, and naive Bayes. The motivation for using various machine learning methods is to get different insight from this classifier. The evaluation metrics then presented using the performance indicator for IDS from several aspects, such as the accuracy, precision, recall, F-score, as well as the FPR percentage. This is the result of the experiment before using any feature selection technique. As you can see, it is quite low, mostly below 80%, putting the accuracy, precision, recall, F-score, and FPR. Then we applied our proposed method, which is the double feature selection or hybrid Pearson selection. Now we achieve better accuracy, better precision, recall, F-score, as well as the FPR. So here the SVM classifier achieved the highest accuracy percentage, about 97.17%. We also compare our result of the experiment with the other previous study, and you can see here that our proposed method is slightly higher than the study, which is combining the C-square test with the the bootstrapping. Now, for the conclusion and the future work, through the IDS model study, we conclude that reducing feature dimension can refine threat detection in a network. And then by combining the Pearson correlation coefficient and the lasso regression technique that we propose, we can improve the accuracy percentage and reducing false positive rate percentage. This proposed method experiment can achieve considerably high accuracy percentage of 97.17% and relatively low FPR score of 1.45%. For future work, we will combine the Pearson correlation coefficient with bootstrapping method to generate a set of selected features that provide optimum performance for the IDS model. I know the time is limited, so if you like to drop me some question, you can contact me through this email. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Are there any questions right now? Short ones? So I have one. You said the future work, you will combine different methods. Did you start working on that, or you will test that later?
Oh, I
So
would
combine
like to do
Pearson
that later.
correlation.
I would like to do that later. Sorry.
Okay, okay. So you don't know if there are results better or worse in that?
Not yet, not yet.
Okay, thank you. So this was the last paper of this session. Thank you all very much for being part of this session and this conference and choosing to present your work here. Here in San Antonio, we are actually having now lunch and closing ceremony. And I'm wishing you all good night, good morning, good afternoon, whichever daytime is at your place.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi everyone, good afternoon. We are starting in 2 minutes. Good afternoon and welcome to the 12th International Symposium on Digital Forensics and Security. So we are starting with the presentations for the session 12, and the first presentation is handling imbalanced data for detecting scams in Ethereum transaction using sampling techniques.
Hello. Thank you very much. I'm just sharing my screen.
All right, thank you.
Can you see my screen?
It's visible.
So just 1 second, I need to cancel.
Yeah, there is an echo.
Yes,
No problem.
just 1 second. Hello. Still. Okay, I'm testing again. I guess now it works. Sorry.
No, thank you.
I'm going to now start my presentation. So, so the title of my paper is Handling Imbalanced Data for Detecting Scams and Ethereum Transactions Using Sampling Techniques. This is my graduate student work. It's part of a project for cyber security for detection of cryptocurrency scams. My name is Iman Vakilmi. I'm an assistant professor in the School of Computing at the University of North Florida. So what is a cryptocurrency scam? We all know at this point that cryptocurrency is very popular and there are many applications for it, specifically because of its decentralized feature. We can protect some level of privacy of the users, and we use consensus method to manage the transaction in this model. However, on the other hand, because there is no centralized party to check the transactions, scammers and attackers misuse this platform to perform different types of scams. Some of the well-known scams are Ponzi schemes, giveaway scam, pump and dump, and so on. There are many works have been done to develop machine learning models specifically to detect the scams and scammers and find out their transactions and prevent such malicious activity. However, the main problem here is that all of these machine learning models depend on the data set, and also we need to perform the feature engineering for the data set that we have. However, we do not have a very good data set of scam labeled transactions. And because of that, we have an imbalanced data set where we have a very good resource of valid transactions, but in the sense of scam attacks, we do not have many samples. So the contribution of our work is as follows. We are trying to use sampling techniques to create a better data set such that this data set can be used for machine learning models. We also collected data from different resources for this problem. Then we perform feature engineering and analyze the data set that we collected using machine learning and especially focus on transactions on Ethereum network. So these are the data set that we use for finding a scam transactions. We have used CryptoScamDB and XBlock. So these are two main data sets for scam transactions and scammers addresses specifically. However, as I mentioned, they're not very complete resource to perform machine learning models on them. And using these transactions, we try to gather more information about the scammers and also their transactions, the history of the transactions as well. We did that by using etherscan.io and Infura, which are two platforms providing API that you can query the transactions on the Ethereum network. And then we created two data sets of the scam data and normal data, and we combined them in our data set. These are the data fields obtained from Ethereum transactions. So for example, we have block number, date of transaction, transaction hash, nonce, block hash, transaction index, from, to, value. So from specify the address of the sender of the transaction, to address of the recipient of the transaction, value of Ether transferred in the transaction. These are the fields, the data that we collected from the Etherscan and Infura. And then we performed our sampling methods using different models to see which one actually work better for this problem that we have. So we use random undersampling, random oversampling, SMOT and borderline SMOT, and then other scene. And each of them has their own method to do the sampling, generate some similar data which we can use for our machine learning algorithm. And these are the performance comparison of the sampling techniques which we have used, and we use decision tree classifier for measuring the performance of the machine learning algorithm that we have used. And as you can see here, random oversampling actually work better than other methods that we have. And for the evaluation, we use accuracy, precision, recall, F1 score, and area under curve, or AUC. And based on our evaluation, random oversampling performed better than other sampling methods. And based on that, and based on the data that we had, we could perform feature engineering to extract features for analyzing the transactions and identify the malicious transactions or and specifically scammers in this scenario. And these are the list of the features that we use for our model. And in this diagram, we can see the feature importance which are used for training and preparing the machine learning model that we develop for our problem. So in conclusion, our analysis in this paper involved examining various data sampling models to achieve balanced data set and ultimately determining the models that yielded the best results. Using data resources, we were able to procure transaction information and accompanying labels, resulting in the creation of a comprehensive and detailed data set. Upon conducting a thorough analysis of the features, we have identified those that carry significant weight in model training and those that do not. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you very much for the presentation. It was very nice presentation.
Thank you.
Is there any question? Let me see in the chat. Okay, there is no question. Maybe then I would have only one question. What is your plan for the future works related to this topic?
Very good, thank you so much. So one of the current work that we are doing is trying to gather more information from other resources, more data, for example, from tweets, Reddit posts, social media posts regarding the transactions to identify more advanced and campaigns of scammers who try to lure victims to attract to some malicious transactions. So we try to first identify the resources that we can use, and then we want to develop a model, train a model for identifying such malicious behavior.
Right, yes. Sometimes the data acquisition takes the most time.
Exactly, yes.
Thank you very much, Iman.
Thank you very much.
Presentation. Okay, so let's move to the next presentation, which is titled "The Slowed Characterization of AI Application Using Dicke OES Scheduler for Serving Multiple Requests." Okay. You can share your screen.
Okay, let me share my screen.
Your screen.
Okay. This is our paper title, Local characterization of AI application using the QoS scheduler for serving multiple requests. So in the current era, there has been significant development of applications based on artificial intelligence, spanning various sectors such as digital forensic, automation, pattern recognition for cybercrime. On the other hand, some applications are used widely across the globe, like application for generating image based on input keyword or prompt. When an application is used by a large number of people, is likely to encounter situation where multiple requests arrive simultaneously, or is also called a concurrent request. So in this paper, we like to characterize the load characterization between the difference between the application, whether when there is a concurrent request and for the sequential request. So we like to categorize the load characterization. Concurrent request place heavy load on resource compared to sequentially arriving requests.
So in this paper, we use super resolution general adversarial network again model as a AI-based application, performing sequential tasks and concurrent tasks to generate workload using differentiate quality of experience scheduler, QoS as workload scheduler. So this is the architecture of the QoS scheduler. So basically, this is the scheduler method from another paper, but the difference is we add some module in here. It's a pending job queue. So if the resource currently busy or there is no available resource, so we pull the remaining job in the pending job queue. And for the architecture of the application that we use in this paper is a manager worker, where the manager is role as a to manage the incoming requests and put in the queue, and the worker is work as the working machine to running the AI model to process the input and send the output back to manager, not manager. So since we use the model of an image, so the input form is image, and AI service form as an API. Put in the job queue, we use Redis, and the AI model is wrapped in the Docker container, and the file server is to save the input image and saving the output image. So the experiment, we use these two data set, the AI model, we use some type of Essergan model. The type is based on the prune technique to reduce the model. So it's like is called no prune, random constructor, L1 norm and L2 norm Essergan model. So the result is for sequential requests, we see there's no much difference between each type of Essergan model. So the performance based on the running time is basically the same, almost the same between each model. But if we see in the concurrent requests, there are some kind of different, because the complexity of the model. So in the more complex model, when there are concurrent requests, some of requests are need more time, because there are some kind of waiting time because the limited of resource. And for the concurrent requests, we comparing for if we implement the scheduler and no scheduler. When we implement the scheduler, the performance based on running times are better. comparing when we use no scheduler. And this is the VRAM usage because the SRGAN model are heavily VRAM use model. So this AI model are use quite a VRAM. So we like to analyze based on the VRAM usage, and the result for the sequential model, for the sequential request, for the sequential request, the VRAM usage are the same between each model, but when the concurrent request, there are some kind of traits that some condition there are some condition that when we when the requests are already done to be processed, the VRAM is not immediately available because the system needs to free the VRAM first, then for the next request, the VRAM can be used for the next request. So there are some kind of delay or overhead time to free the VRAM after used by previous load. So this is for the no scheduler, and this is for the with the scheduler. So the conclusion is the optimal condition for SRGAN model is when for the no-prone AI model, the most optimal is when using sequential model and when using DQS schedule. For the random associative AI model, request when using concurrent requests, and for no scheduler, and for the AI model L1 node, the optimal condition is for concurrent request and with DQS scheduler, and for the AI model L2 norm, concurrent request and complete using DQS scheduler. Okay, I think that's all for me. Thank you.
Thank you very much for the presentation. It's great work. You put a lot of effort into the work. Let me see if we have any question here in the chat. Okay, so we have a question from Jordan. The question is, did your approach increase or decrease CPU overhead on the scheduler?
For the CPU usage, we are not measuring the CPU usage, but for and theoretically, we just implement the previous the method from the previous paper. So our contribution are not in there. So our approach is just to characterizing the load based on VRAM usage and running time. So there are no improvement method at this stage.
Okay, Taufik, thank you very much. Is there any other question maybe? We have time for one more question. If there is no question, then we can move to the next presentation, which is the reliability of digital evidence in criminal proceedings and the potential utilization of artificial intelligence in the evidence evaluation process by Sefata and Çetin Arslan. Are you there? I don't see here any of the authors. Maybe they will join a bit later. Then we can move to the next one, which is assessing the integrity of mobile platform-based sensor data pipelines by Jordan Ross-Schreier. I'm not sure, sorry about the pronunciation of the last name.
Hello.
Hello, good afternoon.
Okay. Can you see my slides?
Yes, I can see your screen. You can start the
Perfect.
presentation.
Okay. Hello, colleagues. Jordan Shropshire, University of South Alabama. This is on assessing the integrity of sensor data pipelines within cyber-physical systems. So a cyber-physical system is a system which combines computing and data and software with controls, sensors, and things like that. The sensor data pipeline is everything between the sensor and the ultimate computer that does the processing. And there are several steps in between the point of data collection and the actual computer, onboard computer. And so we're interested in that sensor data pipeline, and we're specifically interested in anomaly detection within this pipeline, which consists of multiple microprocessors, data points, and things like that. So we have a framework for assessing its integrity and identifying anomalies. This is just a depiction of an example of a cyber-physical system, an airplane. It has a number of sensors on it which feed a sensor network. They go into a data processing pipeline, which does a number of extracts, transformations, data fusion before it's ultimately consumed by a control unit, such as a navigation control unit. The integrity of this pipeline is important, of course, to the safety of the device, be it an airplane or a car or a robot or something like that. So our proposal uses, our system we developed uses machine learning to predict what should be coming out of the pipeline. It gets the raw data and in a side channel predicts what the output should be using some low-cost machine learning. And it compares the actual output against the predicted output to look for deviations. Any significant deviations are either system faults or examples of cyber attacks in the pipeline. And this is just a depiction of what our logic looks like. Again, we have a raw sensor data coming in, and we use that to predict what should be coming out of the pipeline, a rough, very quick calculation. And then we have the observed data from a second channel. And we're constantly comparing to look and see, are they similar? Yes and no. If not, we report the anomaly and fall back onto maybe a trusted subset of sensors. And if yes, we can continue. The challenge in doing this, of course, is we need a way to be accurate, but we need to perform machine learning in near real time, which is not an easy thing to do. So we fed these into a series of trained machine learning models to find what might work the best. And we settled on a class of multi-output regression algorithms that can predict a set of output data. And so we constantly predict the output based on the inputs that are collected, and we looked for significant differences. And this is just what our implementation looked like on test infrastructure. You see a series of sensors here, GPS1, GPS2, IMU. That just stands for an inertial navigation unit, another way of getting location. And these are fed into a sensor hub as raw data. They flow through a number of other steps, a fusion hub before they're, we perform more processing before they're given to an upstream client application. On a separate channel, on our proposed framework, we get not only the raw data, but we also get the data coming out of the pipeline again in a separate channel and look and see if it matches. Is there a match between what we predict should roughly be coming out and what we actually receive? So in order to evaluate our proposed framework, we used a couple different configurations. The first configuration is your standard aviation configuration, in which we have 2 GPS sensors. In pre-processing, they give us X and Y coordinates, and then in data fusion step, they combine these. They reduce these 2 sets of coordinates to a single midpoint. And so you're getting a couple latitude and longitudinal measures, and you want to predict a latitude and long output. And so that's what our model is trained on, a set of raw inputs for latitude and longitude, and it has to predict one single set of output latitude and longitude. And we're looking to see how accurately it can do this. So in a second configuration, something which is more complex, we get another GPS, but then a separate sensor, an inertial navigation sensor. Again, this data is going to start with X and Y coordinates, but we need to simplify these using something called a Kalman filter, which combines latitude and longitude, as well as other physical measures such as acceleration, velocity, heading, and other things, and give us a single set of latitude and longitude. So there are more calculations, and this is a bit harder. So we wanted to see, could a side channel, could a machine learning algorithm quickly and rapidly predict these output values? And so to collect this data, we didn't have an airplane that we could put our data on. Instead, we had to put this on an automotive vehicle. And we captured data for approximately 10 minutes in each configuration and got about 5,000 data records. And this is just what it looks like. My graduate student volunteered his vehicle to collect the data. And you see we have some sensors mounted along the center line, one in the front, one 100 centimeters in back. For each of the configurations, and the path went along a winding road, so we could get some interesting data samples and see what we could do with this data set. Now, in order to simulate attack simulations in this pipeline, there could be hardware attacks in which we maybe have malicious hardware that performs bit flips, or we could have memory overwrites, buffer overflows, software attacks. So we injected both of these into the portion of our data set that was reserved for prediction. In essence, we made about 3% of our prediction data compromised, and our goal was to see if we could accurately find these anomalies. And for us, anomalous data fell outside a 95% confidence interval. It was outside of our 95% confidence interval. We classified it as a fault or maybe an anomaly. And so here you're looking at latitude and longitudinal plots of our data. You see this is a curve because it went along a curved road. That gray line is the actual one set of data under different machine learning algorithms. The first was the blue is the observed data, the actual data that we collected. And then you see the oranges when we predicted using just a linear regressor, a very simple machine learning model. We also tried this using a decision tree regressor to see if we could get to the output data set, and then a k-nearest regressor. So we tried a couple of different approaches to see how accurately we could get. And if you look at these 2 configurations, you'll see the one on the left, they seem to be a little closer to that blue line. The blue line is the actual route. You see there were smaller deviations. Configuration 2, which used a discrete set of sensors, it was a bit harder to be accurate. Yes, they followed the route, but they weren't quite precise. So we'll note that. And these are just some results in terms of testing. Our prediction models, linear regressor was not very accurate, but it was very quick. It was very quick and it added very little overhead, very near real time. The decision tree regressor was a pretty good balance. The k-nearest performed well. It was computationally expensive to run that approach, and our concern would be in an aviation environment, perhaps k-nearest may not be the best choice. But in the results we see for the first configuration, our accuracy was over 90% in 2 of the 3 cases. The linear regressor was below 90%, but we were pleased with our accuracy there. In the second configuration, we were not as accurate. It was 80, 73, and 66% in terms of accuracy. So it suffered a bit. The more complex the model, the more fusion, obviously, the harder it is to predict using machine learning algorithm, a simple machine learning algorithm. So in conclusion, what we found was, yes, we can predict this at near real time and at a speed which keep up with the real-time operating system and maintain the flow in the data pipeline. But we can't do it with just a linear regressor. It would take something better than that. Our expertise is not necessarily in machine learning modeling, but we're confident that with better, more customized models and a better set of libraries, the framework would yield better results. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Jordan. It's great work. Do we have any question to address? Let me see in the chat. All right, there is no question. Then I would ask a question. Do you plan to implement any other regressors, or?
We're still learning. We're still learning what the next set of options would be, and we're focused right now on better libraries to open up those options. Thank you.
Yeah, maybe some ensemble models you can try that will give good results, or some deep learning techniques, neural networks. Maybe you can try with that one as well.
Yes, thank you. Good idea.
Thank you very much for the presentation. It was a very nice presentation and good work. Thank you. We can move to the next presentation, which is using ITIL as part of the NICT cybersecurity framework. Paulo?
Yes.
Sergey,
Yes.
you present. Thank you. You can share your screen.
Yes. Okay, sorry, just a moment.
Take your time.
Yes, I believe so.
It's visible, your screen.
Everything's, yes, yeah. Okay. So, hola, hello, thank you. My name is Sérgio Lopes. I'm from Polytechnic Institute of Cabo de Nave. It's in Portugal. And my presentation, my paper is the result of a work of graduation in computer sciences. The title is Using ITIL as part of the NIST cybersecurity framework. And moving on, I will just start with the concept definitions, the integration and the whole overall, and the final thoughts. So what is my paper is about an analysis of 2 globally recognized frameworks. We are talking about the NIST CSF and the ITIL framework. We live nowadays in a world that we need the insurers, security in services and data. We need to discover the best future of all of the existing tools. And in this paper, what we will do and how we will analyze both frameworks, both the NIST and the ITIL, and try to see and analyze how both practices and activities can work together and can combine to achieve better results. So the bibliographic support was academic articles, publications, and security reports of government of government, but mainly we just analyze overall the both frameworks and its original publications. In the NIST cybersecurity framework, it was created by an executive order of the US government in 2013, and it was the purpose of developing a framework of measures to help organizations managing cybersecurity risks. In this paper, we focus in the NIST 101, although I will talk about a little bit, just brief, of the new 2.0. In the NIST 101, we have three main components. We have the core functions, or framework core, implementation tiers, and profiles. And in the tiers, it's the level of implementation or the risk management maturity that we can have in systems. In the profiles is the custom configurations, the suite tools, or for each organization can do according to their needs. And in the core, we have the set of practices grouped by functions. In here, we can see the framework core grouped by its functions: recover, identify, protect, detect, and respond. On the structure, in focusing on the structures, we can see that in each function, we have subcategories that can describe specific practices and activities related to cybersecurity. And we have a small table that is an informative references in this framework that can relate to other frameworks, other tools that already exist, existing references. That is the same paradigm that we want to similarly incorporate ITIL in this philosophy. Although ITIL is not a cybersecurity framework per se. A brief analysis on the NIST CSF 2.0. While we were doing last year this paper, we had just the draft version of the NIST 2.0, and that's why we just focus on the NIST CSF 1.1. This one was published in February 2024. And what you can see is that in the functions, we have the new addition of a new and central function that is governed. In this function, we can, in a holistic way, in a holistic approach, we can gather all the overview of management and support decision that we can have in other functions. And just for example, the most significant proposed changes we have in this chart. Sorry about the Portuguese subtitles, but what we says here is that we have one more function and we have less categories and less subcategories. Moving on to the ITIL, just to be quick and go to the part that matters. In the ITIL, it's an information technology infrastructure library. It was developed by the UK government in 1989, and it was purpose creating a set of practice to help organizations better manage their IT services. Nowadays, it has all still ties with the government, but it's maintained and updated by Axios. The operational model focus is on the SVS, which is the service value system. It's what we can see in the picture. It's various components of ITIL and how they integrate with each other and create value. We have guiding principles. There are 7 or practical recommendations to guide organization in the service management circumstances. We have the governance. It's the implementation of policies, guidelines, and frameworks to guide and control the objectives and management of organization, ensuring that we have effectiveness and compliance. We have the service value chain, the SVC. It's namely 6 activities that addresses the essential activities required to respond to the demand and facilitate value creation through the service delivery. We have the practice, which will be the focus of our analysis, the ITIL practices. the set of activities that the organization should implement to maintain, create, and improve their IT services, and continual improvement, which is the process of striving for excellency and improving IT services. So, going to the part that matters and the important parts, we have combining these two terms. We will start with a brief analysis with ITIL perspective. From the ITIL perspective, we can see the potential of combining both frameworks. We can see that we have a practice within the 34 practice of ITIL, which is incident management. The application of security standards is essential, and both frameworks addresses this issue very mainly important. Another aspect is communication and collaboration. It features in both frameworks and are essential aspects for developing its structure and its work in both frameworks. Both the frameworks in various items recognize and emphasize the importance of promoting a security culture within an organization. This is through training of resources, awareness, and information of human resources. It is possible also to integrate any cybersecurity methodologies that we have in NIST CSF into various stages of the IT services that ITIL expects and predicts. It's the design, the transition, the operation, and the continuous improvement, among others, that we have specifically in the ITIL processes. But the most evident integration that we have is the practice of ITIL information security management. This guides organizations to protect their services and data from threats and vulnerabilities, maintaining the confidentiality, integrity, and availability of information assets, and establishing security policies, processes, and controls. It is, as we can see in the table, it's in general management practices. This practices in ITIL, it's in fact the one that addresses directly the issues and the thematics of cybersecurity and how we can address these items more in source. Also, the integration of ITIL with the NIST cybersecurity framework. As I said earlier, we can see a holistic approach to the cybersecurity. We combine the IT service management principle. We have several benefits with combining the best practices of both frameworks. We have proactivity, we have resiliency on the organizations, we have adaptability, and we have strategic alignments. These four items we could see it working together in both frameworks and in their combination, in their integrations of the techniques. Finally, we have the table of contents. The table of contents, it's a table that we created in the NIST CSF 101 point of view that we managed to pick up all the practices, all the references of the NIST CSF 1.1, and we just cross it to see which integration could it have with some practices of ITIL. We have in the paper, the final version, the English version, so I'm so sorry about presenting the Portuguese version, but I will explain. We just have in this area, we have all the activities of the NIST CSF, functions, categories, subcategories, as we saw in the previous table while explaining and addressing the NIST CSF. These are the functions. In this part, we have the ITIL practice that only aligns with the respective NIST CSF activities that we are addressing in the other table. And in here, we have the type of match. And we developed 3 types of match. Once more, I'm so sorry about the Portuguese, I will explain. In the green, we have the similar or equal. It's when we have practices of both frameworks that do the same tasks, that addresses the same topics, addresses the same objectives. and they can refer to the same the same areas of projects, or they can simply be exactly the same. In the blue, we have complementary, when integrations can help each other. When you have some practices of the NIST CSF that combined with the practice of ITIL can have with that more effectiveness and more productivity. And in the middle, we have the observation of the integration. We have the explanation of similar or complementary, how it enhances the management effectiveness of information security. And of course, the white, sorry. The white is no match, of course. So this table serves as a valuable reference for professionals, for organizations that seek to integrate these both frameworks, whatever the practice, the goal could it be of choosing those. It can be a lot of them. People see the NIST CSF has really good results about cybersecurity, and the ITIL for the service management. So combining them, we can, with this analysis, we can foster the robust and secure the IT service management. So in the final talks, in concluding, we have two widely adopted recognized frameworks in the world. Generally, the ITIL focuses on optimizing and continuously improving the IT service management, while the NIST CSF is all about cybersecurity, all about strengthening and protecting organization against threats. There are various ITIL services that align with the NIST CSF, as you can see in the paper, but most prevalent will always be the focus on information security management. The integration of these practices of the NIST, we can see that we have a highly compatible holistic approach with the ITIL practices. And finally, the NIST CSF serves as a compilation of cybersecurity benchmark, and this work intended to propose ITIL as one of those benchmarks and demonstrate how the combination of both can offer organizations a robust and flexible approach to meet the increasingly demanding challenges in a world where digitalization is in the full swing and cybersecurity threats are constantly evolving. Thank you all, and sorry for the quickness of the presentation.
Thank you very much, Sergey. It's very nice detailed presentation, and I can see it's very complex work. Let me see if we have question from another participants. No question in the chat. Then I will ask you, which part was the most difficult in your research?
Well, we could use not only the research of the publications, official publication, that was the easy part, but also many other research papers that focus on the applicability of these frameworks in the industry. We have to see that most applicabilities can exist in various realities, and its industries and organizations use these frameworks in a lot of ways. So try to identify how we can combine these ways of improving and enhancing this. It was the most clever and most difficult thing. Just to finalize, we have identified that at least in our country, but I feel that it's normally in a very many other places. It's difficult. The industries and organizations feel the need to change. The need to change the mindset of protecting themselves, of organization information. It's difficult for the goal to reach them. And we need more awareness. We need a more sensibilization to the people that understand that these tools are essential, and each day that passes are more important. So we have to develop new ways to combine them, to see how they work together and in a more clever way, and to be more defense against threats and in this crazy world of everything digital.
Yeah. All right.
Yes.
Sergio, thank you very much.
Thank you so much for the opportunity. I'm really thankful. Thank you.
Thank you. Take care. The next presentation is Assessing the Health of a Network Under Attack by Pedro Marquez, Alfie Bird, and Jonathan Francis Rasco.
Hi there. Thank you for the introduction. I'll just quickly share my screen.
Okay, thank you. We can see your screen.
Great. So yeah, hi everyone. My name is Pedro Marques. I'm a cybersecurity researcher at BT in the United Kingdom. I'm going to be talking about some of the latest work that we've been doing in terms of assessing the health of a network under attack and how that sort of feeds into the rest of the work that we're doing at my team. So to give some motivation behind what we're trying to do, all of our team, we're working on responding to cyber threats, to malware attacks specifically on the network. And that's a very difficult task. So the straightforward approach when a malware outbreak occurs on the network, straightforward approach is to shut down the entire network. That obviously stops the attacker in his tracks. They can't do anything. They can't exfiltrate data. They can't propagate anymore. But obviously, very big, costly action, because our users and our customers, they won't be able to operate as normal, and we're stopping our network entirely. So what we want to do instead is we want to tolerate that attack as much as possible. We want to stop the malware from propagating, from exfiltrating data, what have you, while keeping our business running. And it's really that trade-off between security and continuity of the business that's the difficult part. How do you do that trade-off, really? So I'm going to illustrate our framework with these two very simple examples. These are two different states of the same network. In the top, we have a network where the central node is infected. And on the bottom, we have two nodes on the edge that are infected. So if I give you this and I ask you which one is in a better state, again, the naive approach is count the number of infected devices on the network. That's the worst state. But if you look at this, you can see an example of if that middle device, it has access to 4 potential new victims compared to the 2 other devices that combined between them, they only have access to 1 new victim. So maybe taking account the centrality of nodes there gives us a better idea. But on the other hand, maybe those 2 devices have critical data that we really don't want an attacker to have access to. Maybe that's the worst state. So really what we're getting at here is there's different importance to the nodes in our network. And that's sort of where we base our approach from. All of these nodes, they're going to be very crucial nodes, things like routers, things like databases that have business critical information. And they're going to be less important nodes, things like that we don't care if we cut them off the network. No one's going to mind. No one's going to mind if the printer's offline or if a test VM gets booted off. At the same time, that importance of the node is a double-edged sword, because it's both important for us as the network administrator. We want the router to be up and running and provide connectivity for our network. At the same time, the attacker also wants that router because it has a lot of traffic going through it. It gets a lot of information out of it. So the importance of a node is both good for us and good for an attacker. So the way we calculate a health score is we calculate contribution value for each node in the network, first of all. In the simplest example that I'm going to illustrate here is, in the absence of any other data, we're just going to look at the centrality of nodes on the network, basically how many connections they have, and we're going to infer the contribution value out of that. So the contribution value of these nodes is just their centrality value. And the next step is we look at the devices that are infected or that we suspect are infected, and we invert that value for the contribution. So the devices here in red have their contribution value inverted. That's the difficult part. The simple part is then you just sum up all of the values of the nodes and you get a health score. So in this case, we would have a health score of 1.76 on the left and 2.2 on the right. These values are absolute. So we can compare between them because this is the same network. These are just different states of the same network. We can compare between them. Higher value means healthier network. So in this case, where we don't know any more data, we want to keep the network on the right. That's in a healthier state. But of course, these absolute values, they don't have much meaning to them in a vacuum. So what we want to do is we want to add some explainability to these values. And we can do that if we hypothesize what the best and worst network states are, and we bound these values within those limits. So in this case, the best possible network state for these networks would be one where all of the nodes are free from infection. And the worst possible states are states where all of the nodes in the network are infected. So the yin and yang here. If we take into account those limits, then we can convert these into percentages. So we have 83% on the left, 91% healthy on the right. And having these percentages, they give you sort of an intuitive sense of how well the network is doing. If I tell you that a network is at 50% health, you sort of have an intuitive sense of what that means. And if the network is at 1%, oh boy, that's a terrible network, really shut down that last 1%. So this example, again, is a very simple example, only looking at the centrality. But where this shines is if we have additional data for each of the nodes, we want to capture as much data as we have into these steps that feed into calculating this contribution value. And that's really going to be based on the data that we have for the network and based on the scenario that we want to defend against and what we care about in terms of keeping the network alive. So examples might be, if we know the number of services running on the device, usually more services means the device is doing more things, so it's more important to the network. At the same time, more services means more attack vectors for an attacker to infect the device from. So we can use the number of services running on the device as a way to add more to that contribution value. And we can keep going based on how much data we have and how much granularity we want. So maybe not all services are important, maybe just services like SSH and FTP. Maybe even SSH might have a different contribution value if it's running using a password system or a certificate system. And really, that granularity is going to be dependent on our scenario. So I'm going to give you an example of a flow of calculating the health score for a tool that we have at PT. But first, I'll just give you a quick overview of the tool so it makes sense in context. So we're currently developing Inflame, which is threat modeling and response tool at PT. What we do with Inflame is we ingest a network topology, we simulate it, and then on top of that, we simulate the effects of a malware outbreak. So something like Stuxnet, something like WannaCry, we simulate how that malware propagates through the network, what kind of actions it takes, and the effects that it has on the network. This simulation is done with the idea of steps. So these steps represent an arbitrary unit of time. It might be 5 seconds, 1 minute, 5 hours, whatever it may be. And at each of these steps, we calculate the health score of the network. So what we get at the end is we get a historical view of how the network dealt with the malware. At what points the malware maybe did something that really tanked our health score, really put our network under stress, and what actions did we do that increased that health of the network. And then the other big thing that it does, and is really the catalyst for wanting to have a system like this, is that what we're really interested in is providing defensive actions. So what Inflame does is it suggests proactive actions against a malware. And the way we can do that is we can trial each of these actions in the simulated environment, progress the simulation a few steps into the future, and see what the resulting health score of the network is. With the resulting health score, we can compare the different actions, and it's a really easy way of just ordering the actions that are most effective, 3 steps into the future, 5 steps, whatever it needs to be. So with that context, how exactly do we calculate the health score in the simplest sense in Inflame, if we have very little data for the network in question? So again, we are going to calculate a contribution value for each node, so that's our inputs. We initialize an importance factor. This is a value that we ask an expert on the network a priori what they think that the importance of the devices are. So they might say that device A is 2 times as important as device B. That's a way to capture an expert's opinion a priori, because that's really the best source of truth that we have to start with. Afterwards, we calculate the centrality of the node and multiply that by some weight variable. I'll get into what the weights are in a second. and we add that to the contribution value. Next, we sum the importance factor of the neighbors of the node in question, times that by a void variable, add it to the contribution value. Then we have a choice. If the node is able to be infected, so if it is susceptible, if it's not susceptible, then we add some weight variable to the contribution value of that node. That's really there because one of the actions that we can suggest in Inflame is to patch a device, make it immune to being infected. So what we want to be able to capture the effects of that action in the health score so that we can effectively compare it with all other actions. If it is susceptible, we just continue on to the next step, which is to multiply the contribution value that we have at the moment by the contribution factor or importance factor. That's the typo, I'm sorry. And then we come to the last step. We look to see if the device is infected. If it's not infected, that's it. We already have the contribution value. If it is affected, we do that final step of inverting the contribution. So about those weight variables, you'll notice that all of these steps, they'll have very different results. So centrality will give us values like 0.5, 0.6, quite a lot, compared to the next step, to sum the neighbors' importance factors. That might give us 20, 30, 50, whatever it may be, depending on the network. So the weights are there to give some parity between these various steps. At the same time, they also allow us to define that some step in this process might be more important for a specific scenario. We might have a scenario where the centrality of the node is much more important than usual. So we can add it there. And again, to emphasize that most of these steps, if not all of them, except for that last one and the centrality, they're completely optional. They're depending on the data that we have for the networking question and what we want to defend. And this is really also the point where we can add additional steps, like the idea of looking at the number of services running on the device and add that into our calculation of contribution value, and finally to the health score of the network. So in terms of really good benefits that we get out of this is, first and foremost, we get an historical view of how the network dealt with a malware incident over time. We can see where it got worse, where it got better, what led to it getting worse, what led to it getting better. We can visualize, because we can do this on different regions of the network, we can really look at which regions are doing better than others. We can determine also which actions we should take depending on, if we can simulate what the effects of those actions will be into the future, we can order those actions quite neatly. We can look back and see what caused some issues with the network. And then finally, this is something that we're looking at the moment, is that it helps a lot in training reinforcement learning agents. So very quickly, a reinforcement learning agent takes actions on an environment and it gets a reward. If the reward is positive, that action was good. If the reward is negative, that action was poor. And what the agent is trying to learn is to maximize that reward over time. And generally, it has always been tricky to come up with a reward schema for reinforcement learning agents. But this is something that hooks into that quite easily. You can leverage that health score and just say, hey, did the agent increase the health score of the network? That's good. Give it a good reward, and vice versa if the health score went down. So I might have explained it a little bit too quickly. The paper goes into a lot more detail. But if there are any questions, if there are any comments, I'd love to engage with you. You can send me an email. Otherwise, thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Pedro, for the nice presentation. Sergey also has nice comment. He says, very good work, very good work. And Jordan has a question. Are there limits to the scalability of the health score approach? Any plans for the large-scale testing?
So at the moment, we haven't done sort of very large examples. So one thing that we have an issue with is really gathering data. Even though at BT we have a lot of data, we control a lot of, we provide a lot of internet solutions. It's difficult for us to get the data, so we've never tried really scaling it up. But I don't anticipate there would be any sort of hard limits. We already have tools that manage networks. And those work just fine and do other complex tasks. So I think calculating the health score wouldn't be an issue with that. And the second part is if there are any plans. So we're looking into using this now for reinforcement learning. That's sort of the main goal at the moment. So we're not expecting very large networks, we're mostly dealing with toy examples at the moment.
Understand. Thank you very much. Great work, Pedro. Thank you. Okay, so let me see. This was the last presentation in the session. Are the authors of the paper, the reliability of digital evidence in criminal proceedings and the potential utilization of artificial intelligence in the evidence evaluation process, are there, are Sefata and Chetin Arslan? I cannot see here among the participants. Maybe they had some issues with connecting. All right, so that would be it for this session. Thank you very much one more time. These are very nice presentations and work. So if you want, you can join other sessions and to see other works. Thank you one more time. Have a good day. See you. Take care.
Hello, everyone. Is any session going on now? Why I'm asking, because the schedule shows that in room 108, some paper is supposed to be presented now.
Hello, everyone. Should I start? It's 4:30. Hello.
Hello.
Hello. Oh, hi.
Hi.
Sorry, I wasn't sure like whether I could communicate properly or not. Sorry.
Okay. So we are about to start the session. This is session 14. So you should be, this is the online meeting for room 108. And in this session, we have 6 papers. And we have hour and a half, so we should, each paper should be presented in maximum 15 minutes. So 10 minutes of talk and 5 minutes for discussion. Okay, so the first paper is evaluation of privacy utility trade-off in generative adversarial network variants, authored by Shanivas Sakib and Tomoit Ghosh. Are the authors here? Oh, you're here. Okay.
Yeah.
Correct me if I pronounce your name incorrectly.
Yeah, you're good. Thank you. Yes.
Yeah.
Let me share my screen. Oh, I shared the wrong one. 1 second. Okay. Can you see it?
Yes.
Okay. So hello everyone. My name is Shahnawaz Saqib, and today I will present our paper titled Evaluation of Privacy Utility Trade-off in Generative Adversarial Network Variant that I did here in University of Tennessee, Chattanooga with my colleague, Dr. Dicke. So in recent times, there has been numerous concerns regarding the privacy and the protection of the data. So for example, it is very common for numerous companies to leak user data in different social media platforms and use that data to do some sort of targeted ad, for example. And at the same time, there is always an increasing need of sharing data among different edge devices and IoT devices so that they can communicate and come up with a more robust mechanism of generating a method. Because of this, the privacy concerns has actually elevated a lot. For example, just simply disclosing simple data such as my favorite music genre is K-pop, it can actually reveal that my age group may be within a certain bracket, and it might be something potentially sensitive to my features. And therefore, whether some information leaks, some information regarding some private feature or not, that is related, whether the disclosed variable is correlated with that specific secret or not. So that actually nicely leads us to the problem of privacy utility trade-off. So what is that problem? Usually, let us consider a recommender service where they keep the user data and pass it to a privacy mechanism to have some privatized version of the user data. And the utility is provided by providing an appropriate show recommendation to the user. However, the adversary is interested in inferring something private of the user. For example, their political affiliations. Here, the question arises is how we can efficiently generate the privatized data so that the service can accurately provide the desired utility to that specific user. At the same time, the adversary should not be able to correctly identify the private feature. This is where the problem of privacy utility trade-off comes to play. And to answer the question, how we can efficiently generate the data? Well, this is the process mostly used is the generation of the synthetic data. So synthetic data usually means you have generated an artificial data that actually mimics the statistical property of the original data. And it does not actually correspond to any real instances, but it can be used to train a machine that can actually be later deployed and ensure the user privacy. So how we can generate this sort of synthetic data? There are numerous ways to generate the data. For example, there are usage of Gaussian mixture model that we can use to generate the synthetic data. But one of the most common approaches is the usage of generative adversarial network, and there are different variants that are usually used. And in this paper, we actually try to identify the most effective method of generating such a synthetic data with our specific focus on optimizing the privacy utility trade-off problem. Now, when we were doing our experiment, we had to use different data sets. So here we used 4 different data sets. One of them was related to diabetes, health indicators. Some were related to the student success rate, some were IoT, and some customer personality analysis data set. And as I mentioned, that usually there will be some feature that we want to keep private, that we refer to as private feature. And there are some feature that we want to get the utility from the service. We call that utility feature. So every data set will have at least 2 different type of features. So here, for this specific diabetes data set, our private feature is the diabetes 0, 1, 2, and the utility feature is the weight category. So just to have a brief overview of all the private and utility features that we considered for our different data set, this table kind of shows you what are the private and the utility features that we considered for the analysis of our experiment. Now, how can we generate the synthetic data? So there are, as I mentioned, there are different ways of generating the synthetic data, such as usage of Gaussian mixture model or the different generative adversarial networks. So once we generate these different sort of synthetic data based on those models, we wanted to understand the performance of this synthetic data generation, how accurately they mimic the true distribution of the original data. And as you can see from this figure, both the CT-GAN and the Gaussian mixture model, they kind of nicely represents the distribution of the original data, whereas some WGAN and WGAN-GP, they does not properly reflect the distribution that the original data has. And this was for one of our specific data set, but we saw similar performance over all other data set as well. So the question that this figure answers is that which of the method may be more useful for us for generating the synthetic data? And based on this experiment, we figured out CT-GAN and Gaussian mixture model, they actually preserves the statistical property of the original data. Now, to extend how accurately this synthetic data was generated, we actually considered the correlation matrix. So the first one indicates the correlation among features of the original data set, and the next one indicates the correlation of the feature in the synthetic data set. By just looking at visually, you can understand that they are quite similar in nature. However, if we want to get a better understanding, what we did, we computed the difference of the values, and we found that the maximum difference is actually 0.01, whereas most of the entries are very close to 0. So this kind of indicates that the synthetic data that was generated in this process very nicely reflects the original data set. Now, once we have this performance of the synthetic data generation, we wanted to understand how accurately we can indicate or identify the private feature under each of those synthetic generation methods. And we are showing here just 2 of the most prominent ones, the CT-GAN and the Gaussian mixture model, that actually nicely reflected the statistical properties. And based on the confusion matrix for this private feature, we see that the performance of the synthetic data is very correlated or very similar to the original data set for a confusion matrix for the inference of the private feature. And once we extend it to the utility feature, we see that, well, the performance may not be that good as the original one compared to the private feature, but still it gives a very vague or very closer approximation of the inference for the utility feature, and therefore it's kind of a nice representation of the of how actually system works under CTGAN and the Gaussian mixture model. So apart from these features, if we want to provide a more robust comparative analysis, we get these two tables. So this table shows the accuracy while inferring the private feature, the top table, and the bottom table shows the accuracy while inferring the utility feature. And based on this diverse data set, we realized that CTGAN actually performs the best in most of the cases, apart from the dropout data set, where we saw that the WGAN with Gaussian penalty, that actually performs the best. However, we have seen previously that that WGAN actually does not properly reflect the statistics of the true data set. And once we just compute or consider the true process that actually correctly reflects the original distribution, CTGAN and Gaussian mixture model, we realize that the CTGAN actually performs better than the Gaussian mixture model for our privacy utility trade-off problem. And finally, so in this paper, we wanted to present a comparative analysis of different synthetic data generation techniques. And our focus was how we can generate the synthetic data to make sure that we have our privacy utility trade-off problem as our major focus and identify the most appropriate method of developing the synthetic data generation under that specific target. And we actually evaluated different GAN variants for that specific privacy utility trade-off problem. And we have found that the conditional GAN actually is the most effective from our experiments. But there are some considerations that we have considered a very simpler random forest classifier for doing our classification tasks. So there can be many future directions where we can consider much more robust classifiers along with the different GAN variants that can actually be extended for a further in-depth analysis. And that was all I have. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any questions? So just open the chat for a second. Okay. Okay, really nice work. And did you plan how big the data set is? Maybe I missed it.
So we actually had 4 different data sets, and some of them had like, I want to say, can't give you the exact number, but it was more than 13,000 for one of the data set that I remember. Entries more than 13,000, and it had like 29 different features that are, one of them is private and one of them utility, for example. So other 27 are the different features that we also considered for our classification task.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
Any other questions? No? Okay. Thank you very much. We will go to the second paper. The second paper is titled Boosting Aircraft Monitoring and Security Through Ground Surveillance Optimization with YOLO V9, Murat Bakirci and Irem Bayraktar.
Hello.
Hello.
I will share my screen. Just a second. Can you see my screen? And
yes.
Can you see me? Can you hear my voice?
Yes, yes.
Okay. Just a second.
Yes.
Can you see now?
Yes, yes.
Okay. Hello, everyone. I am İrem Bayraktar. I am a student researcher at Unmanned Intelligence Systems Laboratory. Today, I'm going to talk about boosting aircraft monitoring and security through ground surveillance optimization with YOLO 9. My teacher, Dr. Murat Bakırcı, and I did the first pilot test of the YOLO algorithm in the world. We did the pilot test a day after the YOLO 9 published, and we prepared a paper and sent for publication. And it's our second paper about the YOLO 9 algorithm. There are what I'm going to talk about. This study centers the detection of aircraft on the ground utilizing object detection algorithms with a specific focus on enhancing airport security and aircraft safety. In this study, to provide airport security, the images were collected and used from low Earth orbit satellites, means LEO satellites, which are positions closer to the Earth's surface. And in the detection process, extensive comparative analysis of YOLO 8 and the YOLO 9 models was performed to select the best algorithm for such an operation. Computer vision is a rapidly advancing field that aims to enable computers to interpret and understand visual information in the same way that humans do. Object detection is a computer technology and it's related to computer vision and image processing that deals with detecting instances of semantic objects of certain class in digital images and videos. Let's continue with LEO satellites. LEO satellites have the ability to transmit fast and high resolution data thanks to their low orbit, and the capability make them very advantageous for use the important operations. And therefore, in the study, we used the LEO satellites to collect our data set. YOLO algorithm. YOLO means you only look once, is a real-time object detection and the most popular object detection. This algorithm developed by Redmond and his colleagues in 2015. YOLO is a single-stage object detection, and it uses the CNN, means convolutional neural network, to predict the bounding boxes and class probabilities of objects in the input image. You can see the three images in here. In the first image, the YOLO algorithm divides the input image into the grid of the cells. And in the middle of the image, it estimates for each cell the probability of an object existing and object's bounding box coordinates. In the last picture on the right side, the algorithm predicts the class of the objects, can be dog, cycle, car, or another things. Let's start with YOLO models. I think I need to tell you about the YOLO 5 model before explaining the YOLO 8 model, because YOLO 5 forms the basis of YOLO 8 model. First of all, the YOLO 5 model, the use of .NET application and the PyTorch application started to use in the YOLO family. And the YOLO 5 model has a much superior performance than its predecessors because the YOLO 5 model has lightweight network architecture and automatic anchor optimization. You can see the image in the right side. Our YOLO 5 model network architecture consists of four main parts: input, backbone, neck, and the output. The backbone section includes the SPS, S3, and the SVPF model. The S3 model is a special implementation of the SSDNet that avoids the problem of version information duplication. And here in the SBS model, in the backbone section, hides the SDS3 model. In the net part of the YOLO file, combines the image features using the FPN PEM methods. And what is that? FPN creates a feature map by feature fusion, and PEM improves object detection accuracy using the feature fusion path. Finally, the image is predicted in the head section and given to the users as an output. Now we can talk about the YOLO 8 model. YOLO 8, which is the update version of YOLO 5 model and the last version before the YOLO 9 model. As I said before, YOLO 8 model is the updated version of the YOLO 5 model. So it is very similar to YOLO 5 model in the basic terms. YOLO 8 model has a lighter network architecture than YOLO 5 model. Why? Because YOLO 8 model uses the S2F model instead of the S3 model. S2F bottleneck has two convolutional layers. S3 bottleneck has three convolutional layers. So YOLO 8 has lighter network architecture. YOLO 8 model also uses the FPN 10 application in its section. It's similar to YOLO 5 model. And YOLO 8 model made its biggest differentiation the YOLO 5 model. To compare in the head part, while the YOLO 5 adopts the combined head architecture and anchor strategy, YOLO 8 model adopts the separated head architecture, we can say decoupled head architecture, and anchor free strategy. And thanks to this anchorless strategy, YOLO 8 model predicts the center, directly predicts the center of the bounding boxes. Let's talk about the last version of YOLO family, YOLO 9 algorithm. Leo and his colleagues released the YOLO 9 version to solve the speed problem that persists the other object detection algorithm models. YOLO 9 is based on the YOLO 7 in its network architecture, and improvements in the YOLO 9 includes the addition of PGI and the GLM model. You can see the in the image PGI models and the GLM models. PGI solves the conversion problem by creating reliable gradients through a reversible branching. And GLM design incorporates SSPNet and the ELAN modules. SSPNet from YOLO 5 and the ELAN modules is from YOLO 7. Thanks to the GLM model, YOLO 9 algorithm has a lighter network architecture, and it can make faster and more accurate detection. Let's talk about the data set. In order for the algorithm to have a better performance, it's very important to prepare the data set very carefully. And in the study, when we obtained the data set, we took care about the obtained figures at different heights, under different lighting conditions, and as a result, we in our data set totally 3,785 image and 40,621 aircraft figures includes our data set, and the resulting data set divides into the three: training data set, test data set, and the for training data set, we use totally 2,100.
Present the result.
67 images. Okay, model training. In our study, algorithm training was done with the...
Skip that slide, just the table with the results.
Sorry?
Skip that slide, it's not important. Just go to the results, explain what were the results since time is up.
I have two papers, I have two presentations. The other presentation also mine. It's a bit, takes a bit longer, but the other presentation will be short.
Okay.
The other presentation also mine. So they're same.
Okay, move on.
Okay. Model training. In our study, algorithm training was done with the Google Colab. Google Colab is a Jupyter notebook environment that supports Python libraries and run codes written in the Python programming language. Let's talk about the test results. They are the findings of the YOLO 8 and the YOLO 9 models. In image 1 and the 4, the YOLO 8 models couldn't detect the aircrafts because it seems very small. And in the numbers 2 and 3, the color of the paves on the ground seems to be a little darker. The YOLO 8 model also resembles these dark looks an airplane, but the YOLO 9 model realized that they weren't airplanes. In here, image 1, 3, and 4, the planes are again small, and the background color and the plane's color are very similar. So for the YOLO 8 model, already struggles to detect small sized objects, and at the same time, it was very difficult to distinguish them by the background color. So the 8 model couldn't detect those airplanes. But in the number example 2, YOLO 8 model detected the two planes standing side by side on the grass. You can see that. As if they are one plane, but YOLO 9 model detected they are separated. And the last 4 examples, here again, YOLO 8 doesn't surprise us. It couldn't detect the small size planes, but number 3, the YOLO 8 model detected the articulated systems as an airplane, but YOLO 9 model didn't detect. And conclusion, in this study, a comprehensive comparative analysis of a previously untested data set derived from the LEO satellite imagery was performed on the YOLO 8 and the YOLO 9 models. And image resourced from LEO satellites positions closer to the Earth's surface were utilized to provide superior aerial monitoring capabilities. Thank you for listening to me. If there is any question about my presentation, I'm here to answer.
So, is there any short question?
If not, I will pass my other presentation.
Okay.
Okay, but I need to stop there. Just a second. Can you see my presentation?
Yes.
Can you see it now?
Yeah. Yes.
Okay. Hello everyone again. Now I will tell you about my second paper called YOLO 9, Enabled Vehicle Detection for Urban Security and Forensics Application. Before starting the presentation, I should point that from a distance, both of them look at very similar studies, but the only thing is the same is object detection with the YOLO 9 algorithm. In the previous study, aircraft detection was done with the LEO satellite image, but in this study, we used the UAV system for the vehicle detection. There, what I'm going to talk about in this presentation. I don't want to bore you, and so I won't repeat some parts of the that I explained in the previous articles. This study centers on the detection of vehicles within aerial urban transportation image captured using a UAV platform equipped with a high-resolution camera. For vehicle detection, we employed YOLO 9, the most recent iteration of YOLO algorithm family. UAV systems. Using UAV systems to collect the traffic imagery is a highly advantageous way to mitigate problems and improve both pedestrian and vehicle roads by providing important information on traffic congestion, road constructions disruptions, and the traffic accidents. In previous presentation, I didn't talk about the YOLO 9 algorithm, so now let's a little look about the YOLO 7 algorithm. The YOLO 7 model is a building block algorithm for the development of the YOLO 9 algorithm. YOLO 7 is a single-stage object detection algorithm developed by Wang and his colleagues in 2022. And the structure of YOLO 7 algorithm basically has 4 stages: input, backbone, neck, and the output sections. Firstly, image resized to the same size, and these images given the algorithm as an output, as an input. The backbone part extracts features from the input image, and the backbone part of the algorithm combines the ELAN, MP, and the SPS models. And the purpose of the ELAN architecture, which is building block of the GLAN model, is to create a network that is more successful in learning and the convergence by controlling the shortest gradient path. And in the YOLO 7 model, in the head part, YOLO 7 uses the IDetect head method. As I said before, the biggest differentiation, the biggest feature that distinguishes YOLO 9 from the YOLO 7 is the use GLAN and the GLAN model instead of the ELAN model. Thanks to the GLAN model, YOLO 9 is faster than the YOLO 7 model. Now we can talk about the test results. In the given examples, in number 1, this black motorcycle couldn't detect. In the number 2, the truck couldn't detect. In number 3, the gray car behind the tree couldn't detect. In number 4, black car and the black motorcycle. In number 5, 2 white car couldn't detect behind the because of the lightning poles. In number 6, the black car couldn't detect, and in the number 7, this car behind the tree couldn't detect, and number 8, the algorithm detected these 2 cars as in one car. And in here, number 9, this black car in the shadow couldn't detect by the algorithm. In number 10, this black motorcycle and the black car couldn't detect. In number 11, this small car couldn't detect by algorithm. In number 12, this black car behind the tree and the lightning poles couldn't detect by algorithm. In number 13, the black car behind the bus and the white car in front of the bus couldn't detect by algorithm. In number 14, these white car behind the tree, and in the number 15, this black car couldn't detect, and the number 16, 1, 2, 3, and 4 black car couldn't detect by algorithm, and these 2 black car detected as an one car and classified wrongly. And if we summarize all the cases of non-detection and the misdetection, the algorithm has difficulty detecting objects that are masked by another object, tree, lightning poles, or another things. And the algorithm has difficulty in detecting the object when the color of the object to be detected is similar to the background color. In here, car is black, and the background is also like black. And the algorithm has difficulty in distinguishing 2 objects with the same color and the same classification when the background and the object color are similar. In here, you can see that these examples. Conclusion, this study presents a comprehensive analysis of vehicle detection within aerial urban transportation images captured using a UAV platform equipped with a high-resolution camera employing YOLO 9, the latest iteration of YOLO algorithm family, and the ability of swiftly relay real-time information to relevant authorities enhances the potential for timely responses to detected vehicles, contributing to enhance safety and security in urban environments. Thank you for listening to me. Now I can answer your question.
Thank you. Is there any questions from people on Zoom? I have a question. So you just applied the YOLO version 9, no tuning, fine tuning, or anything? You just applied to the data set that you have?
We collect the data set. We collect the data set, non-test data.
Oh, so it's collected data. Is that data
Yeah.
set available, or yes?
From the in our first presentation, I said we collect the data set from the LEO satellite image, and in this presentation we collect the data set from the UAV image.
So it's your proprietary images. It's not.
Yes, it's our image, not any
and is
other
that data set
website.
available for use or is just for use still in texting phase?
I didn't understand. Can you ask me again?
Is that data set that you collected, did you make it publicly available or it's just for you for now?
It's just for us.
Okay, thank you. Any other
Thank you.
questions? No, I think that we are good. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
This was the third. We are going to the fourth paper of the session, which is ORAT, Open Redirect Analysis Tool, Jose Martino, Diego Mendes, and Pedro Pinto. Is any of the authors
Yes,
here?
I'm here. Hello.
Okay. Yes, I can hear you. I cannot see you yet, but I can hear you.
Okay.
Yeah.
There's the camera on now. I'm gonna share. So there she is, my presentation. Can you see it?
Yes.
Okay. Just a moment. Good afternoon. My name is José Martin, and I'm here to present our work on the Open Redirect Analysis Tool, or ORAT, which is a tool designed to enhance the security of web applications by identifying open redirect vulnerabilities. This project was developed at Polytechnic Institute of Viana do Castelo, Portugal, by me, Diogo Mendes, and Pedro Pinto. So this is the outline of our presentation. First, what is an open redirect? This is a security flaw where an application sends users to a new location based on unvalidated input. This means if the app doesn't check where it's sending users, clicking a link could redirect them somewhere harmful. Like in our example, where a simple link redirection is tempered to send users to a malicious website. So this diagram in the left breaks down the components of a URL. Notice that the parameter field at the end of the URL structure, this is where the risk lies. As you can see, parameters like return, next, and URL are commonly used to implement redirects within applications. And when these parameters are not securely validated, they become the weak link that attackers exploit. So what already exists to detect this vulnerability? First, we have open source command line interface or CLI tools. However, they require a significant level of technical expertise to operate effectively. On the other hand, we have specialized security software like Burp Suite, but the complexity and the depth of the features also imply a steep learning curve. This brings us to our motivation. Our goal is to develop a web browser extension that simplifies the process of identifying open redirect vulnerabilities. So the requirements we have are the following. Offer a user-friendly interface, be able to capture all URLs in the pretended web page, test each URL, and finally detect if there are open redirects or not. So let's take a look at the architecture of the ORAT. So we have the manifest JSON inside the Chrome extension. This is the heart of the Chrome extension. It tells the browser what the extension can do and which resources it can access. The main HTML and the styled CSS provide the structure and the style of the pop-up interface. And the main JS, this file contains the logic of the extension. It activates the functionality to capture and text URLs when the user initiates and scan, and it handles the processing of URLs. and communicates with the backend server to check these URLs. So in the backend, we have a Python script that runs our backend server with the Flask framework. It processes the URLs, checks them, and determines if they are vulnerable or not. The Flask course, we use that because that's an extension for Flask that is crucial for handling cross-origin resource sharing. It allows our server to securely accept requests from different domains, specifically from our Chrome extension, which runs in a different origin than the server. So this is what the prototype user interface looks like. Here you can see a comprehensive overview of the ORAT Chrome extension works. So when the user clicks on the Get URLs button, it triggers our JavaScript file, which is responsible for controlling the extension operations. Then the main.js interacts with the Chrome API to query the active tab we are using. It retrieves the URL of the active tab and executes a content script that is designed to extract all URLs present on the current page. So after the URLs are extracted, they are temporarily stored, and this allows to the extension display these are URLs back to the user. When the user clicks text URLs, the stored URLs are posted to our backend Flask application to handle to test the URLs for vulnerabilities. Inside the Flask application, each URL is checked individually. We use predefined parameters and payloads to test each URL to see if it redirects to an authorized or unexpected destinations. Once the testing is complete, the results are compiled into a JSON format and sent to the Chrome extension. And finally, the results are sent back to the extension and displayed to the user. And here you can see the output example. The output shows to the user all the URLs found on that website. Shows the vulnerabilities detected and also potential vulnerabilities that are URLs marked as suspect due to redirect parameters requiring further manual validation to confirm if it is really a vulnerability or not. You can see these results right in the tool, and you can also have the option to export them in JSON format or CSV format for further analysis. So let's summarize the key advantages and limitations of our solution. So about the advantages you already know, but there are some limitations to consider. ORAT depends on a specific list of query parameters and payload. While comprehensive, this list may not cover all possible vulnerabilities. Also, currently, ORAT only supports Google Chrome. This excludes those who prefer or are required to use other browsers. And finally, the performance of ORAT can vary based on the number of URLs on a page and the complexity of the payloads. More extensive testing can lead to a slower analysis time. So in the future, we plan to enable users to personalize the list of payloads and parameters. We are also working on implementing more precise and optimized scanning methods to reduce false positives and speeding up the detection process. And finally, we want to make ORAT compatible with a wider range of web browsers. So this concludes my presentations. Thank you all for your attention.
Thank you. Are there any questions? You answered my question in the last two slides, so I have no more
nice.
Okay, very nice work. And as I said, your last two slides answer all the questions that were left. So thank you.
Thank you very much. Appreciate it.
Okay. So we'll move to the next paper, which is occupancy grid map completion based on geometric features and door discovery. Selma Guzel, Erkan Uslu, and Sirma Yavuz.
Hello, I will be presenting the paper.
Hello.
My name is Erkan Uslu. We are from Yıldız Technical University Computer Engineering Department, Istanbul, Turkey. And let me share my screen.
Okay. Yep, it's there.
Okay. As the title suggests, the work is about map completion on occupancy grid representations. We are going to be using the geometrical features and also the door discovery algorithm on this approach. I will be talking about the background about this topic and the data set, the methods that we applied, and I will be giving the results and conclusion about our study. First of all, by map completion, we mean that at some point when a mobile robot is exploring an area, it may build a partial map of the environment. But by map completion, using the environmental features like the walls or doors, it means that the prediction of the walls, the outer walls, and the room features from this partial maps. In our study, we propose to use geometrical approach to complete partial occupancy grid maps by door position predictions. By occupancy grids, we mean that the environmental representation using same size grids of the environment. Each grid contains a probability about the cells being occupied or not. And after a threshold is applied, the cell is considered as empty, a wall or an unknown cell yet. This approach is basically an initial work from a PhD study. Our main goal is to investigate the effect of map completion on exploration tasks. The exploration task in mobile robotics basically means that finding the next navigation goal autonomously. So we hope that by using this map completion methods, we expect to increase the accuracy and time consumed by the exploration tasks, basically. In the literature, there are deep learning based methods that do this map completion tasks. For instance, GNA networks are used on map completion and also in simultaneous localization and mapping tasks together simultaneously. And also CNN networks and LSTM networks are used for map completion and scene completion tasks. And also in literature, there is one geometrical based approach on map completion, but this approach is more like the map focuses more on the map completion after the mapping task is over. So this study basically give results after this mapping is complete. However, to be able to use this map completion in exploration, we need to be able to update the map completion each and every time the map is updated. So we need this to be running in real time. So there's a difference in this method and our proposed method. As we look at the literature, we see that as expected, the deep learning based methods are better in metrics for map completion, yet they require higher training times and high value of data, and also requires long time for training. Yet in our study, as an initial partial result, we will be using our geometrical approach results to compare with the deep learning methods on the computation time and also the complexity and the time for each estimation. We created our own data set on this study. Actually, it was based on SANG-G dataset, which is a scene completion dataset. And from this dataset, an House Expo dataset is created. In House Expo dataset, SANG-G data is taken and 2D floor maps are extracted. In this data set, all the environments and maps are aligned in vertical and horizontal lines. In our own data set, we use this map as a base and placed a mobile robot in the environment, in a simulation environment, and created a map as if a real robot is exploring an environment. So we created an incrementally discovering map of an environment, which also has rotations of each environment. So this approach enabled us to build a data set to be used in exploration tasks also. We would like to also make this data set publicly available as the data creation is completed. We have a fixed resolution value as 0.01 meters per grid. We applied two algorithms. The first one is starts by redirecting the image or the partial map and align it in the horizontal and vertical coordinate systems. And then we find bounding box of this partial map using edge detection algorithms. And then with hue transform, we collect each and every horizontal and vertical wall alignments in the map. And then we cluster these guidelines. By guidelines, we mean the hue transform results. This is because some vertical or horizontal walls can be collected as the same wall, and so we need to cluster them. Then a door discovery algorithm is applied. In this algorithm, we have some hyperparameters that follow as a wall should at least have some minimum number of wall cells and at maximum number of wall cells, and a door opening should have a minimum number and maximum of number of empty cells. A door is defined as a wall cell and then a door opening and then another wall cell group. So we search for doors horizontally and vertically in this manner. So this sub steps is talking about each and every step on horizontal and vertical door discovery approach. And then after the wall, after each door is extracted, we create a mask on the area to be completed, starting from the opposite side of the door, starting from a guideline, and also on the left and right positions from the door, we create a mask and fill this area as a room or as an estimate of a room. This approach basically relies on guidelines. The second method only differs on the usage of the bounding box. The bounding box is used as the last and frontier for map completion. So those two methods differ on this side. So I will skip them. For comparative results, we have results from algorithm 1 and algorithm 2 for each sample image. For instance, with this figure on the left, the A1 is the partial map, B is the reference image that to be complete, that as a result we would like to approach or we would like to have. The C1 is the result from algorithm 1 and the D1 is from algorithm 2. As you can see, the algorithm 1 can estimate the spaces on the partial map successfully. Yet, since the algorithm 2 relies on the bounding box, filled up all the area as an estimate and remove the empty space on the reference image. With the middle image, with the results from the middle image, we can see that algorithm 2 has better results on this sample. And with the third image on the right hand side, we can see both of these approaches fail to fully estimate the map completion. We also provide some metric results based on our approach. We use intersection of union approach metric for the metric results. Since we have a reference image and also an estimate, we can calculate the overall intersection of each estimation and the reference and also their union. So we can give this intersection of union results. Both of the algorithms as a metric have similar results, but visually they differ, as we discussed earlier. Other than that, there are some still problems on both of the algorithms. For instance, if we have a cluttered environment with different sizes of rooms, then each of the algorithm cannot predict the environment successfully. And also as a hyperparameter, we have, as I tried to mention, we have a hyperparameter for the number of maximum and minimum numbers on the wall space and door spaces. As we see from the middle image, as this number is differed and used with different values, we have unsuccessful results. So also this hyperparameter heavily affects our results. And also, since the method basically relies on hue transform and linear walls, any structure that doesn't have linear structures results in unsuccessful map completion. And as a conclusion, these results are from a PhD study as an initial result, and those are partial results. We would like to use the map completion on exploration tasks. As the literature surveys, deep learning methods have better results on map completion, yet they have heavier computational times. So we would like to have a basis on a geometrical approach. So we improved this, we applied this approach. This approach can be used on dynamic robotic tasks such as exploration, because it can estimate the partial map each and every time the map is updated. And also, instead of just using the door estimates, we can use the frontiers that are basically exploration alternatives, and try to improve the map completion on this approach. So that's all. Thank you for listening.
Thank you. Any questions from the audience? Just open. Okay. So I just missed these partial maps. You have a data set with partial maps and the ground truth, right?
Yeah, we have the ground truth as a floor plan.
Okay.
And also, we are creating the partial maps on a simulation environment. So both the end result of the mapping and also the floor plan can be considered as ground truth.
Okay. Thank you. We have one more paper in this session, and that is a paper, a real-time hand sign language recognition system for threatening situation using deep learning. Is any of the authors here? It's a paper 166. Zardash Shwani, Shaida Ismail, Karvan Khalid, Tvana Mustafa, and Murat Karabatak. Okay, I don't see anyone on the list of the participants from these authors, so I guess that we will finish this session here a little bit early. Thank you all for presenting your papers. It was a very interesting session. I wish you next year to come to the conference and we can have live discussion in person, but thank you for taking your time. I believe that it's deep night in your area. So thank you, and we are finishing the session here, and the next session will start 5 Texas time, and that will be session 16.
Good afternoon. We are going to start in 2 minutes. Good afternoon, everyone, and welcome to the 12th International Symposium on Digital Forensics and Security. We are in session 16 of the presentations, and the first paper is titled as Few-Shot Multi-Label Multi-Class Classification with Clip Model Empowering Labels, and the authors are Yağmur Aktas and Jorge Grazia.
Hello,
Hello.
I'm going to share my screen.
Great, thank you.
Excuse me, can I ask one question? Which room is this?
This is 108.
Okay, yeah, I think I have to also present here. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Okay, do you see my screen?
Yes, I can see your screen. You can start. Thank you.
Okay, hello everyone. I'm Yağmur Aktaş. I work in Vicomtech company in Spain as a computer vision research engineer. And I will present our paper about few-shot multi-label multi-class classification for dark web image categorization. So I will make a brief introduction, then I will explain some related works. Then I will talk about some multi-label classification methodologies. I will share our approach, and then experimental results, and finally the conclusion and the future work. So the dark web, as most of you may know, is a website accessible via specialized browsers and hosts many illegal activities. Efficiently categorizing images on the dark web is crucial for identifying and preventing potential threats. Under the European project called Starlight, we aim to classify the images coming from dark web to automate the identification of dark web pages for contributing to the dark web monitoring process. So let's start examining the dark web dataset to understand better. In dark web dataset, we have images including single labels and many more images including multiple labels. At left top side, we see an image including a weapon label, and next to it, we see an example including a weapon as well as the name of the market that we want to categorize also. In another image, we see some banknotes, and next to it, we see some banknotes as well as the organization name Visa that we need to categorize also, and some other examples like drugs and the name of the vendor who sells these drugs. And we aim to detect, to classify all these labels. So in general, our target is to classify dark web dataset, including multi-labels. For this purpose, we proposed a novel efficient methodology to convert a zero-shot single-label classifier into a few-shot multi-label classifier. And our contributions are adapting the label-empowering multi-label methodology to CLIP zero-shot classifier, providing a portable pipeline for any real-world dataset that needs few-shot multi-label classification, and comparing the performance of our approach with other methodologies, as well as some state-of-the-art multi-label architectures. In related work, in general, there are three main categories: the models transforming the problem from multi-label to the single-label problem, the algorithms optimizing the multi-label pipelines, like the loss function or using the loss function or the activation function, which are the ones can be applicable to any multi-label pipeline, and the ones creating new architectures for multi-label classification, like using some CNNs, graph convolutional networks, or transformers. So we will examine the multi-label classification methodologies, which are transforming the problem from multi-label into single-label task. In binary relevance, we train an individual classifier, binary classifier, for each single label during training. And for inference, we need to pass our input image via all these individual classifiers one by one. And at the end, we should merge the results coming from these individual classifiers to obtain a multi-label result, which is highly time and memory inefficient. In multi-class binary heads, again, we have individual heads for each single label, but these binary heads are sharing the same backbone. So it's not time and memory inefficient as binary relevance, but it doesn't preserve the accuracy while the number of classes increases, that we will show in experimental results. In label empowering, we had to encode all the multiple labels in such a way that at the end, we obtain the single label way of our dataset. For example, in this table, we see 5 example images, and image 1 contains a label from class 1, and it's hot encoded as label A. Image 2 includes a label from class 3, and it's hot encoded as label B. Image 3 includes 2 labels from class 1 and from class 2, which is encoded as label C. And then when we check image 4, which has the same label vector with image 1, so it's encoded as label A again. So in label empowering, we go through our dataset to hot encode all the datasets to obtain the single label version of our multi-labels. In our approach, we merge label empowering with CLIP zero-shot classifier. To do that, we pass our training dataset, the labels, through label empowering pipeline. We obtain the single label classes. We send them to the text encoder of CLIP to obtain text embeddings, as well as the image goes through the image encoder of CLIP to obtain the image embeddings. And then we calculate the similarity between text and image embeddings. Finally, we apply softmax to obtain the standard prediction results for a classifier. And then we update our weights using this loss calculated coming from this softmax results. In inference, we directly use the text embeddings coming from training, and we pass our input image during through the image encoder to calculate the image embeddings. Then again, the similarity computation and the softmax to obtain the multi-label classes. At the end, we go to the class decoder to obtain the final individual classes. For example, if the class coming from the pipeline is weapon and asteroid market, at the end, the class decoder gives us the weapon is another class and asteroid market is another individual single class. Experimental results. First, we compare our model on a tiny version